Representing the CDS, Chief of Defense Staff, you're welcome, sir. You're especially welcome. Yeah, I'm calling the be seated. Let's be seated. May I request that we be seated, please? May I request that we be seated, please? Thank you. Representative of the Control General, Nigerian Immigration Services, you're welcome. Tony Akunore, you're welcome. Engineer Emmanuel Ocho, the MDCO, Certified System Limited, you're welcome. FAJ Ogoin of the Nigerian Air Force, you are welcome. We appreciate your presence here. John Messi, Director of Research and Development, Cyber Security Experts, you're welcome. Please may we be upstanding. May I request that we be upstanding to observe the opening ceremonies? Please keep standing. Please keep standing. Please remain standing. Thank you very much. The national anthem, please. Let's start it for the River University anthem. Thank you. Thank you. Please remain standing for the opening prayer as I refer us to page 16 of our booklet. Page 16, please. The second stanza of the national anthem, we are going to recite it together. That will be our prayer this morning. The second stanza of the national anthem, page 16 of our booklets, of the program booklet. It's also going to be projected on the screen, please. In case you can find it, it's projected on the screen. And if you're ready, at the count of 3, we will all recite together. 1, 2, go. O God of creation, direct our noble course, guide our leaders aright, help our youth and true to know, in love and honesty to grow, and live just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Let's say amen together. Amen. Thank you very much. Please, you may kindly be seated. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I, on behalf of the chairman, Lieutenant General Gambazao, and the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Zemone, welcome you to this very special international conference holding here at the Nigerian Army Resource Center, Sokoto, Abuja. With your kind permission, please, I will introduce dignitaries here present and thereby establish the protocol for this very important event. Thank you. The President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Mohammed Tinubu, GCFR, the Chairman of the occasion, Lieutenant General David Dambazao, former Chief of Army Staff and former Honorary Minister of Interior, is currently a Professor of International and Strategic Studies at large at the University of Okada. Special guest of honor, Malam Nuri Ibadan, the National Security Advisor, keynote speaker, Dr. Solomon E. Arase, is the Chairman, Police Service Commission and former Inspector General of Police. Special discussants, Mr. Mark Fallon, he is the immediate past chair, International Association of Chiefs of Police, Impact Section, Georgia, United States of America. Guest speaker, Professor Meji Adebe, Director General, National Agency for Drug and Drug Administration Control, NAVDAC. Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai, former Chief of Air Staff, Chief of Army Staff, and he is presently Professor of Strategic Studies at large at Ibadan University, Okada. The Honorable Chancellor, His Excellency, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbeneghu, CFR, GCKD Dignitaries, Honorary Council to Romania, to Edo and Delta States, Chancellor, Visitor, Chairman, Board of Regents, Ibadan University, Okada, the SMA of Benin Kingdom. Please can we put a round of applause for the Honorable Chancellor. Deputy Chancellor and former Governor of Edo States, Chief Dr. Moki Nosakere Igbeneghu, Chairman, Governing Council, Ibadan University, Okada, Professor Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah, you're welcome, sir. Deputy Chairman, Governing Council, Professor University, OAN, MPON, FNM. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Zemene, PhD, he is a professor of ecotoxicology and environmental forensics, former Federal Director, National Center for Energy and Environment under the Energy Commission of Nigeria, two-time Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, visiting Professor, Lancaster University, United Kingdom. He is a member, African Union Scientific Research and Innovation Council, member, Technical Working Group for the development of the Nigeria Agenda 2050, and member Emergent National Development Plan of the Federal Government of Nigeria. Please a round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Members of the University Governing Council, Mr. Max Aigure, he was a former SSG to the Edo State, and former special assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please a round of applause for him. Representatives of Mr. Sam Sawaka, Dennis Mseleku, the High Commissioner of South Africa to Nigeria. They include Ms. Patricia Sebedi, Political Counselor, and Colonel Christabel Mawasa, who is a Defense Advisor. Representative of the Chief of Defense Staff, Air Vice Marshal N.I.Ilo, the representative of the Chief of Army Staff, the representative of the Chief of Naval Staff, and the representative of the Chief of Air Staff. Permanent Secretaries, Minister of Defense and the Interior, Acting Controller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Professor F.M. Olufimilade, Director of the Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, Igogo University, Okada. Discussants and special discussants. Mr. Kayode Igbetokun, the Acting Inspector General of Police, who are represented. Mr. Mike Ejiofor, former Director, Department of State Services, one of the sessions. Where Admiral Musa, retired National Coordinator Terrorism Center of the National Security Advisor. Dr. Francisca Mecuyo, she's a researcher, Center of International Studies, University of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Bashir Adeniyi, Comptroller General, Nigerian Customs Service. Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Udi, Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Dr. Fatima Waziri Aziz, Director General of National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTI. Professor Nat Ofo, Director Center for Leadership and Governance, Igogo University, Okada. Dr. Kabir Adamu, Managing Director of the Consulting Limited, Abuja. He is a security expert and consultant. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, all participants will be joining us on Zoom and on Skype. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Chinedu Christian Ogbemola. It is my humble pleasure to serve you as the Director of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Once again, you are very welcome to this special event. May I just introduce some house rules that will enable us have a seamless gathering this morning. We are advised to put our phones on silence to avoid the distractions associated with such digital devices. May I inform us that for our convenience here, just to my right behind there is the convenience for participants. And then to my behind where the dignitaries are seated, there are conveniences there. However, the ushers are on standby to assist you when the need arises. Thank you very much. At this juncture, it is my pleasure to invite for his welcome address the Vice Chancellor, Igogo University of Okada, Professor Ikechukwu Ozomonye. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause as he comes through the podium. Your Excellencies here present, I'm inclined to adopt the already well-established protocol for today's event, but custom demands that I acknowledge the presence of our chairman today, who is a professor at large at the University of Canadian University,
who stripped his very tired holiday visit to be here today. Please, I would like us to give General Dambazo a round of applause. In the same way, I would like to acknowledge who I will describe the host of hosts, a general and a gentleman, a professor of Igbenedion University, a very distinguished and special guest for today, Dr. General Chiwabu Otara. Let me acknowledge with so much respect and reverence the Pro-Chancellor of Igbenedion University, former Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and a Professor of Finance, OON, Professor Sheikh Abdullah. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen and participants of today's event. It is with immense pleasure and gratitude to God that I welcome your excellencies and very distinguished guests to the Nigerian Army Resource Center, the venue for the International Conference on Organized Crime as Emerging Threats to National Security, which is organized by the Igbenedion Center for Contemporary Security Affairs in collaboration with partnering agencies, mainly the Nigerian Police, the Director of State Security, the Nigerian Customs, Defense Intelligence Agency, Security and Civil Defense Corps, Nigerian Immigration. These are currently the partners of this program who are on the board of the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. Let me especially welcome and sincerely thank the former Chief of Minister and former Minister of the Professor of International Relations and Strategic Studies at large, the University of Canada, for accepting to chair this event. We equally acknowledge the keynote speaker, Dr. Solomon Harrison, the former IGP, and the current chairman of Police Service Commission for his esteemed delegation. His presence is unavoidably absent. I welcome our discussers from far and wide who have come here to add value to the subject matter. Let me especially welcome Mark Fallon from Georgia, who is a special discusser in this particular event today. You're welcome, Mark. I recognize the contribution of the Deputy Chancellor. But has wished us well, and we acknowledge his gratitude. Mr. Pro-Chancellor, sir, I have been premature to continue the recognition in this particular event. Our Post-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Professor Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah, and the Magazine Garimbe here in our midst. Sir, thank you. We understand how you have supported and encouraged the council of this university. Thank you again for coming, sir. All other members of council here, I can see Mr. Martha Kelvin and Professor Mora here, and other council members. Please acknowledge your presence. And we are not unmindful of the sacrifice to be here today. Also included in this recognition and gratitude are members of the diplomatic corps, whose presence are highly appreciated. I heartily welcome the representatives of the service chiefs and heads of security agencies and partnering agencies that are here. I also welcome the private security companies, including the chief executives of media and other organizations that were invited. May I especially at this point recognize with total reverence the presence of Lieutenant General Chukwu Yusuf Buratai, the former Chief of Army Staff, who is a major pillar of the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. It must interest you to know that it was under his watch as the Chief of Army Staff that the center was graciously endowed to Igbodo University, Okada, in 2021. This is in consummation of a long-standing partnership between the two establishments, namely the Nigerian Army and Igbodo University. I must not forget the very first day in 2019 we visited the Italian Chief of Army Staff with a proposal for this center. Little did we know that the center will grow like a mustard seed to what we are seeing today. Dr. Abdullah did not only accept our proposal, it went beyond that, and that ended up with the endowment of the full complex, which is now known the Buratai Center for Contemporary Affairs. The center was officially opened on the 15th of April 2019 with a maiden lecture given by the Chief of Army Staff, and the title was Military and Democratic Consolidations in Nigeria, Appraisal on Nigerian Army Counter-Terrorism and Counter-Insurgence Operations. Today, that lecture has become a bedrock for other interrogations and discussions within the subject matter under review. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to remind us that insecurity is not a social phenomenon. Yes, it is not. But one that has ravaged society, whether it's ancient or modern, developed or developing, religious or not religious, it spreads across the modern globe. However, there is an unprecedented growth, the African scenario. What really beats my imagination at this point in time is the social mutation that is occurring in crime, leading to various mutants and variants, some of which have not been given name in the lexicon. And I'm sure at today's meeting, at the end of today's discussion, these emerging trends will be given names and we shall make them global after this discourse. Paradoxically, too, the scale of insecurity in Nigeria is heightened by the growing convergence and proliferation of organized activities. Sources include, I'll just mention a few: banditry, terrorism, human and drug trafficking, kidnapping, amongst others, which have been put together for discourse today. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our chairman, in the spirit of topics which we are doing today, which has been the hallmark of Igbodo University Okada, we gather here to be the auspices of the Buratai Center for Contemporary Studies, a leading center of excellence on security studies, and is supposed to respond to these challenges through convocation of vast security analysts and security personnel, including top-notch operatives, to interrogate the issues that are going to be discussed today. I can assure you that the assemblage of personnel and experts and experience that we have gathered today will provide a blueprint for this new organized crime that is spreading across Africa. This convocation today is entitled of the center, which is to build our country's capacity in dealing with security challenges that are evolving and are also novel. And this is going to be done through the production and the dispersal of cutting-edge knowledge. At the end of this conference, there shall be a book of healing, and it shall be synthesized, analyzed, and reviewed, and the recommendations of relevant policies will be adduced and sent to the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the pursuit of this vision and mission, the center shall strive for excellence through the acquaintance with best practices, and this must be through collaboration with world-class relevant institutions and agencies like what we are doing today. This conference is international and international indeed. For some of our international speakers who will be speaking virtually, we have decided to make it a blended fashion to accommodate all and sundry, particularly the global trend that is now digitalized. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear Chairman, it is our hope that the outcome of this conference will contribute to appropriate policy formulation directed towards the resolution of the present state of insecurity in our country and in Africa. Now, to face the mandate of today, I now welcome you officially to today's event. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the Vice Chancellor's welcome address. I think he deserves another round of applause, please. Just to let this noble audience know that the Vice Chancellor has turned the university around totally, and we have known greater heights since his tenure started in the year 2018. Thank you, Vice Chancellor, sir, for the leadership you have shown at the Benue University of Canada. Thank you very much. May I, at this moment, also acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Bola Olufe, FSI. She's the Director of Training, Department of State Services, and she is the representative of the Director General, SSS. Please, a round of applause for her. MS Shuabu, Deputy Controller of Customs, Nigerian Customs Service. Please, a round of applause for him. UV Ezeni, Controller of Immigration, Nigerian Immigration Service. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. And of course, Professor Ahmed T. Mora, Professor of Pharmacy, Benue University of Canada, is a member of Governing Council. Please, a round of applause for him. Honorable Jafaru Zabadu is of the Buratai Center. Thank you very much. Malam Mohammed Dalaila Omar is a member BOT, TY Buratai Prize for Literature. Please, a round of applause for him. Dr. Abubakar MS from the Tuku Buratai Research Center. Please, a round of applause also for him. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your presence. At this juncture, we will take a goodwill message from the Pro-Chancellor of the Governing Council, Benue University of Canada, Professor Abdullah. Thank you very much, sir, as you come to give your goodwill message. Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause as you come to the podium to perform that responsibility.
I have some apologies to start with. And the first apology is that at the end of it, I'm not able to stand long enough to submit my goodwill message. I will then call for your indulgence that I take my seat, but I don't think the speech will be long, so I think I will manage standing. Rather than endorsing in blank the established protocol, I need to underline properly the recognition of the chairman of this occasion, Lieutenant General Dambazo. May I also recognize another very distinguished general, Lieutenant General Buratai, under whose leadership my university is able to have an established center. The purpose of that center, that is a ramification into what we're witnessing today. The National Security Advisor, ably represented, other distinguished chiefs, directors general, my vice chancellor. We used to know him as the bulldozer. And you need to go to Benedict. That can be recognized that is a bulldozer vice chancellor. Please let me ask you to appreciate him for the value of what he's added. In a bulldozer, there are saying going to be sharp and short. There's a need for us to at least have some mouthful issues that will govern our discussion. And that's one area of my pleasure to be here. For example, the world is changing to ergonomics, man-machine relationship. We're now changing to kinetic and non-kinetic, which is also a man-machine relationship. It's the dice of this that is creating the usual problem of how yesterday, that was today, yesterday, is now yesterday, today. And the problem is today, tomorrow will be yesterday. So you can see the issue of the rigmarole of the world is making future unpredictable. But what is very important, a recognition to do the right thing, rightly. My submission to our meeting today is that largely the failure of our approaches have been in relation to not knowing the difference between doing the right thing and doing things rightly. As long as we fail to make a distinction between this, then it will be in the usual language of those people I'm here with, as it were. It is not the issue of kinetic or non-kinetics, but the issue of readiness. How much have we applied the question that we are simply not ready for what we're supposed to do? One element of readiness is planning. Meetings like this we are doing to garner some strategies are part of the elements that go to decipher the planning mode, and therefore we can then be able to hit our target. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome all of us, but my submission is that we must recognize the need for readiness in combating crime, organized or otherwise. Why I started with the ergonomics is the issue of that everywhere is now computer, the age is digital, the crime is probably super. Our ability to control crime has only been arithmetic in progression. But the crime is rising at geometric rate. It needs a digital kind of approach. And that's why when you talk about the distinction between kinetic and non, we must recognize what kind of kinetics we have in mind. If it's the usual thing that we're used to, it will come back as it were. As I said at the beginning of it, yesterday was today, yesterday. And today, tomorrow will be yesterday. If our effort might be recognized, we must recognize where there are the failures and what are the new tools that we have to undertake. I welcome you all, and I do believe at the end of the day, we'll be able to chalk out other strategies to combat the emerging threat. The future is becoming more and more unpredictable, and our ability is becoming less and less geometric. So the continuity of our failure can only be dislodged if we are ready. So my appeal is as a country, we must be ready to combat crimes, whether organized or otherwise. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. That was a very brief goodwill message from Professor Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah, ON, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Union University of Canada. Thank you very much, sir. Please a round of applause again for him as he settles down. Thank you very much, sir. It is my pleasure at this juncture to welcome for his opening remarks the chairman of the occasion, Lieutenant General A.B. Dambazao, former Chief of Army Staff and Honorable Minister of Interior. Please, thank you very much as you come to the podium to make your remarks. Thank you very much, sir. Chancellor,
Egbenidia University, Professor Abdullah, the Vice Chancellor, my colleague and former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai, Mr. McFarlane, the immediate past chair, impact section of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, other distinguished personalities here and those represented, good morning. I have been requested to chair this one-day international conference and also to present my goodwill message, which I'm going to do now. May I use this opportunity to appreciate the Benedict University and its partnering agencies for their collaborative efforts to organize this one-day international conference with the theme, Organized Crime Networks as Emerging Threats to National Security. I'm glad to see that Mr. Solomon Arase, a former IGP, whom I think is represented here, I'm currently the Chairman Police Service Commission as the keynote speaker. Professor Moji Ade, the DG NAFDAC, as the guest speaker, while Mr. McFarlane as the special discussant. There is no doubt that this team, which is being hosted by the Vice Chancellor of Benedict University, is a formidable one that will do justice to the theme of the conference. Organized criminal networks have a long global history. And of course, one could refer, for example, to the Italian mafia and its connection with the famous and probably the largest organized crime network in the US, the La Costa Nostra. Most of us have watched the film, The Godfather, portraying the activities of the mafia under its boss, Lucky Luciano. Ours is not exactly like that. And of course, organized crime networks differ in time and space. Although universally, the activities are always on the opposite side of the law and very dangerous threats to national security of nations. In Nigeria, our experiences border on crime syndicates that are involved in such activities as drug, arms, and human trafficking, smuggling of fake and expired medicines, money laundering, advanced fee fraud and cyber crimes, ritual killings and organ harvesting,
kidnapping for ransom, cultism, modern-day slavery, illegal mining of precious stones, etc. The consequences of the nefarious activities of these dangerous criminal networks lead to political, social, and economic instability. And there is no greater threat to national security as these crime syndicates and their activities. The combination of weapons and drugs, for example, gives violent crimes or terrorists the teeth to bite the society with confidence and deny the people their right to freedom from fear. I hereby once more appreciate the organizers of the conference for assembling the caliber of persons who would present, discuss, assess, and analyze ways of tackling the threats of organized crime networks in Nigeria. Thank you for inviting me to chair the conference and also for giving me the opportunity to present my goodwill message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, for that brief remark. Lieutenant General A.B. Dambazao, thank you very much, sir. We will now take the keynote address, and that will be by Dr. Solomon Arase, Chairman, Police Service Commission, and former Inspector General of Police, is ably represented. The keynote address, please, sir. I'll open it. Yeah. Thank you very much. May I now invite Professor Eduba Emergent. He's a professor of comparative constitutional law and governance and the director of legislative support services. Please a round of applause for him as he comes to present the keynote address. Thank you, sir. Okay. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first let me seek the permission of the chairman to stand on already established protocol and to welcome everybody to this very important event. As I've announced, I'm representing the keynote speaker, Dr. Solomon Arase, who is unavoidably absent. So I'll just stick to the speech that he has given me to deliver. Now, it is with great honor and this sense of responsibility that I stand before you to deliver this keynote address on the pressing issue of organized crime in Nigeria, which has proven to be a formidable challenge all across the country. I recognize that there are so many things to be said today, so permit me, I'm going to skip a bit of the speech. Security remains an imperative essence of every state and the primary function of every government, and as the legitimate authority of the state, and without which citizens can never be able to go about their normal activities and to thrive. Nigeria, as a country, is a very, very rich country in every respect, in terms of culture, in terms of natural resources, and of course,
in terms of its strategic place in Africa. This keynote address seeks to delve on the multifaceted nature of organized crime in Nigeria, and our focus would look at the historical evolution of the challenges of organized crime, because we believe that it is through that approach that we can begin to understand the crisis that we face as far as organized crime is concerned. We are going to look at the trend by looking at the various challenges that we have witnessed over the years. We start by looking at the challenge of armed robbery. Of course, we have always had crime in this country, but in terms of truly organized crime, from the research, the trend appeared to have reared its ugly head just after the Civil War through organized, armed robbery. And that went on up to even the early 90s. We all know about the Anini saga, which was at the height of it all, which prompted resort to firing squads and the rest of it. Then the trend continued with the emergence of crimes such as the so-called advanced street fraud, or what we could refer to as 419. 419 being, the section of the criminal code where the crime is prohibited. Now it continued into the 1990s with money laundering, which of course continues even up to now. We all know what that means. Many people who have illicitly acquired unexplained wealth are looking for every avenue to legitimize what they have illicitly acquired. Then, of course, the problem of Ponzi schemes. People coming up to establish organizations claiming to be able to give very fabulous interest rates. Now, there are several factors that induce organized crime over the years. We have this challenge of course, terrorism and insurgency. We have had this very major problem of Boko, starting from the late or the mid part of the year 2007, 2008, and 9, up to even now. Which has spread all around the northeastern part of the country, and we have also the problem of insurgency, even in the southern part of the country, with militant groups all around in Niger Delta area. Then we have had this very confounding problem of military, which are also reserved in northwestern part of the country, and which we are still battling with even now. And then there is the problem of the herders-farmers conflict, which has always been involved for many, many years, but have become even more testy in the past 10 years or more, with crisis mainly situated in the middle belt part of the country. Then there is the serious concern of secessionist agitation involving members of the IPOB, the ASN, the BISU, Niger Delta militants, and of course the Yoruba People's Congress, OPC, among many of them, they are not even captured in terms of names. Now, with the advance of technology, they also had this upsurge in organized crime, which are listed there: digital piracy, for instance, online harassment and fraud, cyber crime, which have different dimensions: e-scams, phishing, identity theft, and hacking, and so on and so forth. Then there's also the problem of fake news, which for COVID may not be considered to be organized crime, but the dimension it takes. It can also lead to violence and all kinds of criminality. And now, transnational criminal activities are also being implicated for this organized crime. Crimes, in fact, even the insurgency have a lot of transnational linkage. Of course, the military, that we are witnessing northwestern part also have a lot of transnational linkage. No talk of drug trafficking, which has always been regarded from the perspective of transnational activities. Then, of course, we have the problem of human trafficking, which is a global problem, and it's not also different here in Nigeria. And you can find them form of sexual exploitation and all kinds of different forms of modern slavery. Now, the impact of organized crime on national security and economic progress cannot be overstated. We all know that with crime, no country can possibly organize itself and make meaningful progress. So that the direct impact, of course, has a lot to do with the economic consequences, and of course, the fact that daily activities are disrupted as a result of it. Now, in terms of how to go about tackling the problem, which is the recommendation now. So many thoughts have been moved around this, but I just limit myself to a couple of thinking that I've generated around the problem. Now, the first way by which suggestions are put forward is strengthening law enforcement. Now, somebody talked about kinetic and non-kinetic approaches to tackling crime. Of course, the first instinct when I deal with criminality is to try to use force. But we all know that over the years, we have used force, and we will also continue to use force. But we need to emphasize a lot more on non-kinetic approach, which is that we have to strengthen our ability to gather intelligence. It's very key, without which you really cannot make much impact, even with application of kinetic force. And then, of course, there is need to promote good governance, which includes, of course, the need for accountability and transparency. One of the biggest challenges we face in this country is that we still wrestling with basic good governance issues. In fact, in the modern world now, we don't talk about good governance. We talk about good enough governance. You have all the basic ingredients to be able to sustain good enough governance. And that's manifests in many things in terms of our ability to build our processes. Because there is a direct linkage between poverty, good governance, and insecurity. So if without good governance, all the discussion about even kinetic and non-kinetic approaches will come to naught. Because we are going to increase poverty, and many persons will be incentivized to go into crime. Now, we also have to deal with the issue of enhancing our border security. Nigeria has a very huge border in the north, and even in the eastern and western flank, and of course in the coastal line. To what extent are we be able to secure our borders? In all of the northern part of our country, we have, a lot of, close borders. That is a fact that is already well researched. And so we need to strengthen our border controls so that we can be able to deal particularly with the problem of transnational criminal activities. Then, of course, our international collaboration has to be deepened. Obviously, we are in one form of international cooperation or the other, but we need to further strengthen it and ensure that we are able to keep our own part of the bargain. And this will require a lot of ability to sustain our good governance mechanism too. And of course, we need to deepen public awareness. A lot of people do not believe that dealing with crime is mainly for the security forces. We all know that without the people getting involved also, they cannot be safety. Even for security officers, they need a lot of support from people to feel secure enough to secure the people. And so the communities have to be involved in ensuring that organized crime is dealt with. Now, in the year 2020, we passed a new police act. And in there, we introduced what we call the community policing system. As I speak to you, most part of the country, we are not even implement the community policing system, providing the Police Act. And so without that, you cannot really get the people fully involved in dealing with challenges of organized crime. So one of the things that we can do, therefore, is to quickly activate the community policing system that is contained in the Police Act of 2020. And of course, we need to foster more and more interethnic collaboration and interaction. This is where traditional rulers come in. You know, traditional rulers are a lot of influence in their various communities. They are one. And so if we are able to interact with them in more, not just for purposes of ceremonials, for purposes of security, they will be able to play that role. We're talking about religious leaders who are also very close to their flock. So just to conclude, it is clear that Nigeria is faced with a lot of criminal problems, which has resulted over the years. We refer to the upsurge in armed robbery, starting from after the Civil War, and then up to now. And we have tried in every way to deploy a lot of kinetic approaches towards dealing with the problem. But we have come to see that even as effective as kinetic measures will be, they cannot be as effective without, the infusion of non-kinetic measures, particularly in terms of intelligence gathering. So the message from the IG retired today is that while we consider all the topics that are going to be discussed today, we should focus our attention on not only kinetic approaches, but also non-kinetic approaches, so that organized crime can be dealt with in this country and the country can be more safer and more secure. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause once again for him. Professor Emergent, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, presenting on behalf of the former Inspector General of Police. Please a round of applause once again for him. Thank you very much, sir. You will agree, we all agree that was eruditably presented. Thank you very much, sir. While the presentation was ongoing, we had the privilege of having the representative of the guests of honor come into the hall. And please, with your permission, I want to introduce him now. Rear Admiral Yuen Musa retired. He is the coordinator, National Center for Terrorism, National Counter-Terrorism Center. Please, may we request that he comes up to, he's representing the guest of honor, the special guest of honor, Malam Nuru Ribadu, who had been introduced earlier. Please, may we request, please, that you come to. You're welcome, sir. When you take your seat, sir, I will invite you to come and present the goodwill message. Thank you very much, sir. Beautiful, sir. When he sent, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. May I, at this juncture, welcome Yuen Secretary to please make his presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Make the presentation, please. It's a good message. Thank you very much, please. I beg your pardon. We will take the Google messages in between the program. For now, we will be going to the panel sessions. Representative. This I will directed to take the goodwill messages now. And that will I will invite the Lieutenant General T.Y. Benjamin, T.Y. Bertai to please present his goodwill message. Thank you very much, sir. You already see this, ladies and gentlemen. This is part of the organized plan. Well, I can assure you there is no survey by the trail. Please, can you give me the flag? Thank you. Thank you very much.
The chairman of the occasion, Lieutenant General Rahman Lambazo, retired former Chief of Army Staff and former Minister of Interior, as well as board member of this center, the Nigerian Army Resource Center. The special guest of honor, Madam Nuhri Badu, the pioneer chairman of EFCC and President National Security Advisor, here ably represented by the Admiral Yem Musa. The Pro-Chancellor of India University of Canada, the Vice Chancellor, of course, the Chief of Defense Staff ably represented, and the service chiefs here ably represented, and of course the representative of the Inspector General of Police. The keynote speaker, Mr. Solomon Arase, just delivered his keynote speech, ably represented. The representatives of the controllers, Nigerian Customs Service, Correctional Services, Immigration Services, they are present. And of course, respected Vice Chancellor, as well as my director of the Batai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, Professor Femi Olofumilade, senior military officers, other presenters and discussants, both nationally and internationally. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I know that many of you have traveled from far distances to this place. And of course, we have representatives also, or attendees from many embassies and high commissions here in our country, Nigeria. You are highly welcome. I don't know whether it is coincidence that the Bingham University, along with the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, chose this resource center. And the Buratai Center is here, well represented.
in Tiwai Buratai Hall, or building where we are now. It's called Tiwai Buratai building. So we're glad to have the center here in the right building where the name drive is right. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished participants, it is with great pleasure and honor that I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you at this momentous conference on organized crimes. This significant gathering is being meticulously organized by the esteemed Tukur Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs of the Ibn University, Okada, renowned for its unwavering commitment to addressing pressing security challenges of our time. As we embark on this collective endeavor, we are emboldened by the understanding that the battle against organized crimes necessitates a concerted effort from experts, policy makers, and stakeholders from diverse sectors. Over the course of this conference, we aim to foster a substantive exchange of ideas, insights, and innovative strategies that will contribute to the mitigation and eventual eradication of these pervasive threat to national security. Together, let us seize this opportunity to forge new alliances, consolidate knowledge, and chart a path towards a safer and more secure future. As you might be well aware, the theme of this conference is International Conference on Organized Crimes as Emergent Threats to National Security. The conference is poised to be a crucial platform for addressing the great challenges facing Nigeria and the countries in the Sahel. By focusing on the pressing issues of organized crime and its implications for national security, this conference aims to shed light on potential strategies and collaborative efforts that can be undertaken to tackle this growing menace. The gathering of experts, law enforcement agencies, policymakers, and scholars from around the globe will provide invaluable insights and knowledge exchange, ultimately equipping governments with the necessary tools to combat organized crime effectively. With Nigeria currently grappling with these emerging threats, the conference holds particular significance for the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration, providing an opportunity to examine successful initiatives implemented elsewhere and adapt them to the local context. By fostering international cooperation and promoting information sharing, this conference can undoubtedly assist the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in formulating robust policies that safeguard national security and ensure the well-being of its citizens. Organized crime refers to a complex network of individuals or groups engaging in unlawful activities, often with a well-defined hierarchy and operating in a systematic manner to achieve their objectives. The global initiative against transitional or transnational organized crimes define organized crime as, and I quote, as illegal activities conducted by groups or networks acting in concert by engaging in violence, corruption, or related activities in order to obtain directly or indirectly a financial or material benefit. Such activities may be carried out both within the country and transnationally, quote and unquote. The 36th President of the United States of America, Lyndon B. Johnson, aptly said that organized crime constitutes nothing less than a guerrilla war against society, to show the magnitude of the negative impact of organized crimes in the society. In Nigeria, organized crime has taken various forms, reflecting the country's socio-economic challenges and political landscape. One notable episode of organized crime was the Maistetsine insurgency in the 80s,
we saw a radical sect advocating for a strict form of Islamic governance, resulting in violence and loss of lives. Another infamous case, as rightly quoted by the special guest speaker, the Anani saga is very well known to many of us, and is there well recorded. Furthermore, banditry has become a major concern, particularly in the northwestern region, where armed groups engage in cattle rustling, armed robbery, and other criminal activities. The emergence of drug cartels has also contributed to the expansion of organized crime, and this, including the terrorism, has been well captured by the keynote speaker. From statistics, Nigeria has a criminality score of 7.15 out of 1 to 10, and it is ranked 5th out of 193 countries globally. You can't clap now. This is a very bad situation. It's a very bad situation. It's a very bad situation. Now, in Africa, in second, and first of his four and first in West Africa, as the index result shows, the countries with the highest criminality levels are those experiencing conflict or experiencing conflict and fragility. The Democratic Republic of Congo was identified as the country most affected by organized crime, followed by Colombia, Myanmar, Mexico, and Nigeria. Other high-scoring countries include Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, where countries have decimated the formal economies, led to mass displacement and an influx of weapons. Of the 54 African countries, 30 were assessed as having human trafficking markets, whose influence is either significant or severe, demonstrating the immense reach of this illicit economy, not least amid the pandemic, when economic devastation across the continent made people increasingly vulnerable in trafficking. In this context, arms trafficking was found to be the second most pervasive criminal market across Africa as a whole. The statistics are quite revealing. And with the current banditry in the Northwest especially, and being attracted by the mining activities of some criminal groups, this, if not quickly checked further, I think it will be a serious issue in the nearest future. The alarming reality of ongoing criminal activities ranging from the illicit theft of about 500 barrels of crude oil on a daily basis to the calculated displacement of communities for the purpose of mining minerals cannot be ignored. Where recent has been in the news, over 500 barrels of crude oil have been stolen on a daily basis. These multifaceted crimes not only undermine the stability and well-being of affected regions, but also perpetuate a cycle of violence and exploitation. It has been mentioned by the guest keynote speaker that the militants is one of their main activities. Crude oil theft and a lot of other criminal activities that take place, including kidnapping in the Niger Delta. The ongoing battle against organized crime requires a comprehensive and collaborative approach from law enforcement agencies, government entities, and the general public to protect the well-being and future of our beloved country. It is imperative that governments, international organizations, and law enforcement agencies collaborate to address these issues comprehensively by implementing stringent measures, conducting thorough investigations, and promoting sustainable development initiatives. By this, we can strive towards creating a safer and more equitable world order. Talking of world order, of recent, the Africa is working on a mechanism to checkmate coups across African continent. And I think at this point, there is need to call and of course state that schools should also be classified and termed as part of the organized crime. If not checked, what is happening in some parts of West Africa, especially, may end up spreading to elsewhere. So I commend the African Union and obtaining the West African countries, is taking it very seriously. This is to tell us that this conference is very to allow peace and order to shape in our country and indeed the entire Sahel region. Multifaceted crisis requires a comprehensive approach that encompasses socio-economic development, control measures, counter-terrorism efforts, and strengthening of law enforcement capabilities. Therefore, I would like to express my utmost gratitude and appreciation to the organizers of this event, the management of Emergent University Okada, the Chukwur Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs for their exceptional efforts in bringing together a diverse and distinguished group of professionals in the field of security affairs. It is through their meticulous planning and dedication that this event has been able to create a platform for insightful discussions and valuable knowledge sharing. I can see now Ms. Mike Jeffrey, former director, SSS, and of course, Dr. Kabir Adami, who are everyday scholars and have been contributing significantly in the discourse on our national security, and also scholars. And of course, Mark, the former member of the International Police Association, it's our pleasure to have you in our midst. I know, and additionally, I would like to extend my thanks to the staff and faculty of Emergent University Okada, whose unwavering commitment to excellence has contributed to the seamless execution of this event. Their professionalism and expertise have undoubtedly played a significant role in ensuring the success of this gathering. Similarly, I appreciate the National Security Advisor, Malamigo Ribadu, for blessing this occasion, and my senior colleague, Abdurrahman, that was retired, for chairing this event. My appreciation also goes to all the paper presenters and discussants who will come up later. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of this distinguished audience, I stand before you today not as a speaker, but as a humble messenger of goodwill. My purpose here is not to captivate you with eloquent words or lengthy speeches, but rather to convey a heartfelt message of optimism and inspiration. I implore each and every one of us to seize this moment, to embrace the unique opportunity that lies before us, and to truly see the potential that lies within. Let us not merely attend this gathering as passive spectators, but instead let us actively engage, participate, and contribute to the collective discourse. Through our combined efforts, we can foster an environment of growth, innovation, and collaboration, ultimately paving the way for a better future for Nigeria and, of course, Africa and globally. I will use this opportunity to call on all the agencies. I can see a number of the services, all the services, the military services are represented. The paramilitary, the police and paramilitary are represented, and other highly placed institutions that are participating. And of course, our Zoom participants who are watching us, I know there are several hundreds of them watching this program. To subscribe to the Volatile Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. There are a lot of courses that will benefit the institutions and, of course, our country. So on this note, I want to once again thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, the Pro Chancellor, for giving me this opportunity. establish the Buratai Center will go places. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. That was the Google message from the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai. Just to let you also know that he is a professor of strategic studies at large at the Igboro University of Canada. Please, a round of applause once again for him. Thank you very much, sir, for that Google message. We will not take more Google messages, and at the point we will pause and go ahead with other things. May I invite for his Google message the Chief of Defense Staff. Mr. Zarada, yes, sir.
The chairman of the occasion, my boss, Lieutenant General Dambaza, the special guest of honor, the National Security Advisor ably represented, the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai. It so happened that the young shall grow. I was his pilot when he was the Chief of Army Staff. And we had a flight when Oga was the JTF commander of the multinational task force in Chad. So I was tasked to drop him off in Chad. On a very clear weather day, we entered what we call clear air turbulence. It was so uncomfortable. You know, the heat from that desert area, the aircraft was vibrating all through until we landed in Chad. So I was surprised when I entered. Oga reminded me of that particular mission. Well, sir, here I am today, an Air Vice Marshal. Thank you, sir. The Vice Chancellor, the Pro Vice Chancellor, members of the High Table, representatives of the service chiefs and representative of other security agencies, members of the Igbinedium University community, various dignitaries present here today, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have to first of all apologize because when I was told to come and represent the CDS, they didn't tell me I was going to give a keynote address. They just sent the representation and everything down to me. Well, my please, you can't call out an elder and he will not talk. So I will talk. I, first of all, bring you warm greetings from the Chief of Defense Staff, Major General MC Musa. He assumed command and immediately he has set motion to ensure that he continued from where his predecessor stopped, to continue to curtail the insecurity that has been bedeviling this our great nation. So it is on that note that when we're called for this conference, which will bring us together to rub minds, it was a well-noted one. But he had to go for a function, and that was why I was called upon to come and represent him here. Lectures like this is highly needed to foster ways to tackle this menace that has been bedeviling the nation. Unfortunately, it's virtually every region that is experiencing it. Of course, we know that conflicts have its own peculiarity. What is obtained in Northeast is not what is obtained in Northwest. Not the same with what is obtained in the Southeast and other places. While we look at ways and means to end this menace, we must first of all ask ourselves, what are the wheres, how, and what? What do I mean by this? Where did this start? How did this start? What are the things fueling all this? It's a case of fire. Thank God we have a representative from fire department here. If you don't identify the source, if there is less an electrical fire here, you don't identify that it is electrical. You keep pouring water on it, the fire will keep, expanding. You're actually fighting the fire by pouring water, but it will keep expanding. So we must identify the source of what is causing this insurgency. And until we tackle those sources, whatever effort we put in trying to tackle the issue may be yielding little or no positive result. The defense headquarters, when the chief of defense staff assumed office, has set up a high-powered committee that will be made up of both retired and serving military personnel to holistically look at how we can, on our own, using both kinetic and non-kinetic approach to end this scourge. Of course, we know that the war against organized crime, be it terrorism, be it banditry, be it whatever, requires a comprehensive approach in the sense that everybody is involved. Most of the time we talk about these things, everybody just look up to the military. It's not the military affair alone. Everybody is involved, the populace, the different agencies, NGOs, we must all come together. And that is why I give a kudos to lectures like this organized by Emergent University. So I say thank you and well done. Nevertheless, we at the Defense Headquarters, we are very open to ideas, very, very open to ideas. Knowledge is not domiciled with anybody. You will be surprised that the least person you expect might give you ideas on how to tackle things. We'll listen to discussions, just like my boss rightly said. It's my first time I've seen Mike Ejiofor. I only see him on AIT. And also, Kabiru, I was telling him today that this is the first time I'm meeting him. It's really an honor to see you one-on-one. I hope we'll talk more because since I'm the director of operations in Defense Headquarters, I might need those tips from you to move forward. Like I said, I won't say much other than to, at this junction, thank the University of Emergent and the organizers of this event for the honor given the Chief of Defense Staff to be a part of this event. I believe that by the time the communique is out, it will do a lot in enhancing our operations. I want to also sincerely thank all the guests and everybody that is here. I wish us a, let's say, powerful deliberation and then hope that at the end of the day, whatever is discussed here does not just end here. We'll go and apply it in our various organizations to ensure that we'll give this country peace once and for all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That was the good message from the Chief of Defense Staff. We will now move on to take another good message from the Chief of Army Staff. Good message from the Chief of Army Staff, please. Thank you. Please come to the podium.
the chairman, sir, Lieutenant General Professor A.D. Danbazo, the special guest of honor, please permit me to stand on well-established protocol. I am Major General Zedel Abakar, the Chief of Transformation and Innovation, Nigerian Army, representing the Chief of Army Staff, Major General Perere Abiodun Labadia, Nigerian Army Medal. However, please also permit me, sir, to breach the protocol by recognizing a very few individuals who are very special. First, are the former Chief of Army Staff, again, Lieutenant General Abdulrahman Danbazo, Professor, and Lieutenant General Brati, another professor, they were fatherly and leadership to all of us officers in this generation. We continue to tap from wide knowledge and your reason. Also, permit me to recognize your needs, the representative of Chief of Defense Staff, you are happy with Nigeria Research Center for doing a very good job here. Professor Sheikh Mohammed Abdullahi, we say thank you very much. I recognize you. Vice Chairman or Vice Chancellor of the Nigeria University, Professor Leonard Sikesku, I recognize you. Also recognize Mr. Mark Bennett. Solomon Rising. Now, I came here with the message, and I will go outside. But before I start, let me share one thought with you. Lieutenant General Professor Brati was my brigade commander in dealing with Polish in the South. And I was his commanding officer. I was my brigade commander, 2011, 2012. And one day, I went to Oliveri and Azabele, where you have that day, it was myself, commanding officer of 240 anyway, in charge of that area with the 5th Battalion commanding officer, J. Ibrahim, and he was our brigade commander. The pilot was Vice Marshal Oyo. While we were flying across the forest, we now saw what we call the banana time. People were siphoning fuel. And he was parasailing person as the brigade commander. He said, "What is this your location? This with me." I said, "Sir, how can we reach these people? We cannot achieve anything here without the protection of the community. Because if you have operated Delta, where they have serious organized crime like we are facing today, you can't do much without the cooperation of the community, the leaders, the statesmen, the religious leaders. So, also, when I was reading one book, the Totem Point, by gun shop. And I discovered that organized crime spread like wildfire. And to conquer it, you require both kinetic and non-kinetic. In fact, if you do thorough analysis, they will say it is 2080. Yes, kinetic can be 20. The non-kinetic is almost 80. And I also say that in productive productivity of 2080, productivity 2080. So you actually need people that will assist you to fight the crime. So I'll stop now. Let me go straight to the Chief of Army Staff goodwill message. The Chief of Army Staff, Major General T.A. Lagaja, Nigeria Army Medal, would have loved to be here, but for his exigency of eating, he couldn't come. So he said I should represent him. Whatever I say now is Lagaja, not Abubakar. However, he was any mistake. I will take responsibility. While we listen and as it's okay, please call him. I say thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It is with great delight that I wish to join numerous well-wishers to congratulate the Vice Chancellor of Emergent University of Canada in this laudable initiative to hold a conference on emerging security challenges in Nigeria. The Emergent University Burate Center for Contemporary Security Affairs has maintained its reputation as a world-class center of excellence for providing innovative solutions to emerging security challenges confronting the country and the world. This international conference on organized crime network as emergent threat to national security is yet another major contribution by the center. The theme selected for this conference is indeed topical enough to elicit veritable solutions from the participants. I am therefore optimistic that the objective of the conference will be achieved. I commend the effort of the Center for Excellence in Security Research and Capacity Building for security and conference practitioners. The Nigerian Army is grateful for your continued partnership, particularly with Nigerian Army Resource Center. I assure you of the Nigerian Army's willingness for sustained partnership to enhance our national security and development. Once again, congratulations, and I wish you a very successful deliberation. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of the Chief of Army Staff. We actually appreciate the sharing of those experiences in the performance of naval staff to present his goodwill. Thank you, sir, as you come to the podium.
The chairman of the occasion, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazal, former Chief of Army Staff and former Minister Interior, the special guest of honor, Malam Nur Ribadu, National Security Advisor, ably represented by Rear Admiral Y.E.M. Musa, the Coordinator, National Counterterrorism Center, the Pro-Chancellor, Ignion University, Professor Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Yusuf Buratai, my mentor, the keynote speaker, ably represented, that's Mr. Solomon Ayase, ably represented, our special resource persons and special discussant. Of note is Mr. Mark Fallon, representatives of the CDS, service chiefs, and other security agencies here present, other distinguished invited guests, other distinguished personalities, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rear Admiral A.A. Mustafa, Director of Training, Naval Headquarters, representing the Chief of the Naval Staff, who would have loved to be here himself in person, save for some very important national engagements, but he sends his special wishes and regards for a very fruitful conference. On that note, I'll go ahead and read goodwill message. I'm very delighted to be with you this afternoon on the occasion of the one-day international conference on organized crime network as emergent threat to national security. I must sincerely thank the management and staff of Ignition University and Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs for inviting, which addresses the current threats we face in our collective fight against organized crime. It is a known fact that organized crimes have evolved tremendously into dimensions that threaten the national security of most nations. In Nigeria, where technology is still at a developing stage, the adverse effects of organized crimes have far-reaching consequences, not just to the economy, but also to our socio-economic coexistence as citizens. Therefore, the idea to hold this conference is notable, and I commend the organizers for seizing the initiative to extensively discuss these security challenges with a view to providing actionable solutions for decision makers. As aptly captured in the theme, it is evident that organized crimes are evolving and multifaceted. Expectedly, the approach to curbing such crimes should involve the pooling of expertise from key stakeholders, both within the public and private sectors, without leaving behind the enormous roles of research institutions such as the Buratai Center and the Ignition University. Accordingly, I have no doubt that the collective and collaborative effort of a great institution like Ignition University and a proven research institute like the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security would yield very robust and effective solutions. Let me at this point mention that the Nigerian Navy is not immune to emerging threats of organized crime. It is truism that organized crime poses existential threats to Nigeria's maritime domain. Specifically, the prevalence of illegal oil bunkering and crude oil theft demonstrate the tenacity of these vast criminal networks have rampant, which have resulted in reducing the activities of these economic saboteurs to the barest minimum. The Nigerian Navy has also been employing state-of-the-art technology such as the maritime domain awareness capabilities to monitor, track, locate, and intercept these criminal elements within Nigeria's maritime domain and deny them freedom of action. On a final note, permit me to use this opportunity to once again acknowledge the partnership between the organizers of this conference and Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs towards addressing the security challenges that threaten our collective peace and socio-economic well-being as a nation. May I further reassure you that the Nigerian Navy will continue to identify the laudable aspirations of your organization, and where possible, partner with you. Once again, I sincerely express my profound gratitude for inviting me to this auspicious conference. Thank you, and as we say in the Navy, onwards together, and God bless.
Thank you. That was the good message from the Chief of Naval Staff, and we highly appreciate that message from him. Thank you very much. May I now invite the Chief of Air Staff to present his goodwill. Please come to the podium, sir.
Chairman of this occasion, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dambazao, former Chief of Army Staff and Minister of Interior. Our amiable senior officer, Lieutenant General Buratai, and other guests here present. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I am Air Commodore F.J. Ogohi, the Chief of Air Intelligence. I'm representing the Chief of Air Staff at this conference to deliver his goodwill message. It is with utmost delight that I commend the Benedict University Okada on the occasion of a one-day international conference on security titled Organized Crimes Network as Immediate Threats to National Security. It is worthy to acknowledge the very important role of academic institutions across the globe, especially in the current volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity bedeviling the world. The situation is not different in Nigeria, which seems to be engulfed in crises of numerous dimensions and scales, with peculiarities that cut across the 6 geopolitical zones with attendant security-related issues. This event would not have come at a better time than this period, when the world, and in particular Africa, is challenged by human and natural disasters, occasioned by insecurity and perennial sundry criminalities arising primarily from the effect of inadequate resources. Sadly, the situation has precipitated humanitarian crisis and erosion of human value, which require holistic emergency response to protect lives and property, as well as the sanctity of human existence. The asymmetric nature of insecurity currently faced by Nigeria in the form of insurgency and terrorism often engenders humanitarian crises with resultant internal displacements and refugees inimical to economic growth. In addition, armed banditry, farmers and herders clashes, and recently secessionist agenda are other human-induced disasters that requires a multidimensional approach involving the military and other security agencies, as well as civil organizations in support of security response to crisis management in Nigeria. The global concerns expressed in the activities of terrorists and insurgents with ravaging implications, especially at regional levels, such as Africa, underline the monumental threat of insecurity to human existence. Specifically, in West African sub-region, the Global Terrorism Index 2022, recently released, has highlighted Nigeria, Mali, and Niger Republic as the most West African countries that are affected by terrorism. Nigeria suffers significantly from multiple and complex security challenges that are peculiar to different geopolitical zones across the country. In the Northeast, Boko Haram terrorists and insurgents continue to pose significant threat to life and property, as well as economic activities in the region, despite the counter-terrorism effort by the armed forces. The porous nature of the border with contiguous neighbors encourages influx of weapons and illegal migration of foreign elements into the country. Thus, proliferation of weapons and cross-border armed banditry became commonplace. The spiral effect has led to activities of bandits who kidnap and also rescue people's cows in the Northwest, especially in Kaduna, Katsina, and Zamfara states. This also is fueling herdsmen and farmers classes within the North Central states, such as Benue, Niger, and Nasarawa. Other issues of security concerns are the activities of indigenous people of Biafra in the Southeast, crude oil theft in the South-South region, Islamic movement of Nigeria, and kidnapping for ransom. More disturbingly, the advent of globalization through the use of internet, which evolved a new wave of criminality, such as cybercrime and social media fraud, is currently undermining economic growth. The gamut of these brands of criminalities is currently causing economic sabotage, disruption of government activities, and perceived anarchy in the country. The federal government of Nigeria has responded through the establishment of different task forces kinetically to contain the threats, and also created numerous commissions for infrastructural development to ameliorate the humanitarian crisis. Meanwhile, the unwavering commitment of the Emergent University, in collaboration with its partners, like the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, and other security experts and practitioners from relevant agencies and academia across the continent in security management, is quite significant and cannot be overemphasized. Personally, I have noted with joy the capability and capacity being developed by your institution in steadfast contribution to a healthy national status for Nigeria. The desire and quest has encouraged and manifested your collaborations with numerous institutions, both locally and internationally. Of particular note is your interface with the armed forces of Nigeria, especially the Nigerian Army, in which your partnership resulted to the establishment of the Buratai Center, where the groundbreaking ceremony and official launch of the center was performed on 5th April 2019 and officially handed over to the Emergent University on 6th September 2021. You have no doubt engraved an indelible security mark on the mind of the armed forces of Nigeria to respond adequately to the monster called organized crimes network. Let me once again, on behalf of the entire officers and airmen, airwomen of the Nigerian Air Force, commend the Governing Council of the Emergent University, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezeloye, and the entire management of the university on the maiden event of this conference. I urge you not to rest on your oars, but continue to enhance its objective of human capacity development for security management to ensure a safe and prosperous Nigeria. Once again, I commend your efforts as you strive to promote security in Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was a message from the Chief of Air Staff, and we appreciate him for that presentation. With the kind permission of the chairman, we will pause the goodwill messages for now to get to the panel discussions. After the panel discussions, we'll take good messages from the diplomatic corps. May I now invite the chairman to please take over to invite the moderator for the session, for the first panel session. Chairman, sir.
Thank you very much. The Pro-Chancellor, members of the high table, participants, we are really behind time, more than 1 hour behind time. Let me first invite the moderator, Mr. Mike Ejiofor, who's a former director, Department of State Services. Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to stand on established protocol since we're running behind time. But I must not do that without recognizing General Butai, because part of what we are discussing, organized crime. He was only service chief who invited me after my incident, and people will ask what the incident. I used to appear on television to say, please don't pay ransom to kidnappers, that you will empower them the more. But when I came out, the sent for me, and we discussed. That is what I thought was the worst organized crime, because the effect of kidnapping is personal to you. And we discussed, I told him how this thing was organized, because first of all, you have all groups involved, so that's what's organized. But today, I have learned from General Buratai, and I believe, gentlemen of the press, you have headlines tomorrow that could organize crime. Now, without wasting much time, we'll go straight to the program. And I want to lay some ground rules. The timing at the program is 10 minutes. But you can see there's no way we accommodate 10 minutes. This should have been a 2-day program with the topics and the compact nature of the lectures. Why I say let's use 5 minutes is because General Buratai too has virtually presented the paper instead of goodwill message. So without wasting time, I want to call on the first discussant, Mr. Mark Fallon, immediate past chair of IACPC Impact Section, USA. You have 5 minutes, and I'll remind you 3 minutes before the time. Thank you.
Let me first start out by telling you what an honor it is for me to share with you the stage with Lieutenant General Dambazu, Vice Chancellor Esmonde, Lieutenant General Rute, and the rest of the honored and distinguished guests, and everyone here in the audience. This is an incredible center and well beyond all of my expectations. I'm a visiting scholar at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and the co-founder and co-director of Project Aletheia, a center established to bridge the gap between the science and practice of interrogation and to professionalize the policing practice. As was mentioned, I'm also the immediate past chair of the IACP Impact Section. That's the International Managers of Police Academies and College Training. I'm pleased to report that we now have lowered the dues for the African region, and IACP dues now are only $60. ICP has over 30,000 members, and we welcome more from Nigeria. While I'm a retired member of the Senior Executive Service of the United States government, the views I express here are mine and not those of the Department of Defense or the US government. As the former chief investigator for the Al-Qaeda terrorist network for military commissions, I have seen firsthand the cost and consequence of decisions based on fear, when a family of interrogational abuses were accepted in an ill-advised strategy to protect the public's safety. The rule of law was sidelined for the search for answers, and we continue to pay a price for that today. Just 2 weeks ago, I was down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, testifying in pre-trial hearings of one of the suspects that I investigated for the attack on the USS Cole. That attack occurred in October 2000. 23 years after that attack, the USS Cole and the 9/11 trials are still ongoing. Those family members have no closure. Other prisoners remain in Guantanamo in indefinite detention without trial, an indelible stain on our Constitution and a country that professes adherence to the rule of law and champions inalienable rights. In 2020, when I was the interim executive director of the Center for Ethics and the Rule of Law at the University of Pennsylvania, we convened a Gitmo working group with a blueprint, a legal blueprint for closing Guantanamo Bay Prison and restoring the rule of law within the laws of war. Among our 13 recommendations were that the U.S. Congress should mandate that evidence derived from illegal activity, including torture, cruel, inhumane, and degrading treatment, and the use of interrogational practices prohibited by U.S. law should be excluded from all trials except for proceedings as evidence of illegal activity. I'm not here to offer a solution to the problem of transnational crime to your national security is easy. If it were easy, anybody could do it. This is a global crisis well beyond the borders of countries or even continent. So what can we do as we sit here in this wonderful center in Abuja? Let me offer a way of thinking, a framework for thinking about what actions we might take that I learned as a special agent with the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, the NCIS. Think globally, act locally. Think globally, act locally. Thank you. In 2010, the UN Office of Drugs and Crime issued a press release announcing organized crime has globalized and turned into a security threat. The report was initiated following concerns expressed by UN countries, the Security Council, the G8, and other international organizations about the threat posed by transnational organized crime. The director of the UN ODC warned, transnational crime has become a threat to peace and development, even to sovereignty of nations. The UN report had a number of findings. Due to time, I won't go into them, but the two most prominent flows for smuggling migrants were from Africa to Europe and Latin America to the United States. Illegal exportation of natural resources and trafficking of wildlife from Africa and Southeast Asia are disrupting fragile ecosystems and driving species into extinction. This is not a new phenomenon. As a young NCIS special agent, I went undercover in Kenya in an anti-poaching operation buying elephant tusks and cheetah skins. The Obama National Security Conference has taken on this, and they said the United States will work with African governments, European partners, and multinational institutions to counter this threat to development, democratic processes, and the rule of law in the region. In 2021, President Biden issued an executive order establishing that the United States Council is establishing a council on organized crime. Think globally, act locally. Capacity building is one of the key components in combating the threat to your and my national security and global stability. We need to improve the practice of policing as part of our national strategies to preserve the public safety and reimagine policing in a democratic society. In 2016, when your current Deputy Police Commissioner, Stanley Uday, was assigned to the Interpol Anti-Corruption Unit, he said, "The strength of the chain is its weakest link." We need to improve the practice of policing and shape the future of the policing profession. So we are not, those on the front lines are not that weak link in the chain. We need to reimagine policing and reinvent policing. We need to reinvest in what science has to offer so we can act locally as we think globally. We must make the restoration of trust in policing a strategic imperative and reject coercive interrogational practices in favor of science-based methods that are more effective in providing reliable information. In 2021, the principles of effective interviewing for investigations and information gathering, also known as the Mendez principles, were released. I spent 4 years on a 15-person steering committee of experts that guided this process, and we strove to ground the work on wide empirical research, documented good practice, establish international law, and professional ethics. Solomon Arase was among those on the 80-person advisory council from 40 countries that helped guide these principles. In November 2022, the African Commission on Peoples and Human Rights adopted Resolution 545, welcoming the Mendez principles and encouraging state partners to the African Charter to, among other things, support the use of the 6 principles as a useful framework for preventing torture and ill treatment during hearings and interviews. The resolution invited state parties and other actors to promote widely and disseminate the Mendez principles. The resolution further invited regional and international organizations, civil society, and other actors to provide the necessary support for the implementation of the Mendez principles. Grounded in science, law, and ethics, the Mendez principles promote an alternative to interrogational methods that rely on coercion to extract confessions. They provide guidance at obtaining accurate, reliable information in full respect of the human rights and the dignity of those sitting on both sides of the interrogation table. The principles aim to transform the relationship between the states and their citizens. They are intended to change how public authorities conduct interviews and, as a result, improve trust in the state. The principles reference a large and growing body of scientific knowledge that establishes rapport-based and non-coercive methods are the most effective in gathering accurate and reliable information. The steering committee traveled to Brazil, Tunisia, and Thailand to meet with officials facing challenges on their own countries and on different continents. The principles are a distillation of experiences in a wide range of countries where law enforcement and security forces use effective interviewing, which leads to meaningful and actionable results. The information gathered through science-based methods of effective interviewing preserves the integrity of the professionals and preserves integrity of those in the interrogation room and professionalism of the interviews and enhances the trust in our institutions. I won't go over the 6 principles, they're publicly available, but what I will say is that there is a new wave of science-based methods that are now being taught in the United States and around the world. In 2008, when I was appointed the Assistant Director for Training and the Director of the Naval Investigative Service Academy, we were not utilizing science-based methods to instruct our federal agents how to conduct interrogations. They are now. Last summer, the director came out and said, it does not matter how we previously have interrogated. It doesn't matter what you previously learned. From this day forward, we will only use science-based methods in our interrogational practices. Do I need to hit the snooze on that buzzer? Is that my 3-minute warning? Yeah. At last year's UN General Assembly, 53 states expressed support of the Mendez Principles. Nigeria was not among them. The International Association of Chiefs of Police Impact Section that I have previously chaired has endorsed the Mendez Principles. The International Bar Association and the American Bar Association have endorsed the Mendez Principles. The Association for the Prevention of Torture has a 20-page list of United Nations regional and national documents of jurisprudence referencing the Mendez Principles. Okay. I need to now conclude, but what I want to say is the practice of policing profession must evolve and embrace interviewing and interrogation through scientific methodologies. We must think globally and act globally. What I recommend is one of the takeaways from this conference is the development of recommendations for Nigerian authorities to adopt the principles of effective interviewing as a framework to improve the practice of policing here in Nigeria. I urge you to do so. I urge that we do so. Think globally, act locally. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you very much. 5 minutes because he came all the way from US. For us here, 5 minutes is 5 minutes. If you exceed 5 minutes, I go to the chairman to obtain a red card. I don't need to give you yellow. So on that note, let me call on the representative of the Inspector General of Police to come and present his paper.
Yeah. No, don't worry, I'm just using some. Okay. Okay. The chairman, distinguished members of the high table, permit me to maintain the already established protocol. I am AIG Adeboale Williams, the AIG Zone 7 headquarters. I'm representing the Inspector General of Police. Yes, there's no need going through most of the things that have already been said. And I will therefore just establish the fact that kidnapping is a menace and it's all across the country. It started Niger Delta in 2000, and now we're all running up and down. Just like to go straight to the overview. That's, yes, kidnapping has been a problem, but it's not as if there has not been efforts at bringing it down completely. But so far, we can say that from about 3,000 victims in 2021, now the statistics shows that we have just about 140 victims as of June 2023. So the efforts are playing, and the problem with the issue is, okay, what are the prospects? Currently, we have change of authority, new government, new service chiefs, new Inspector General of Police. We believe they are going to bring in new ideas and jointly and collaboratively bring down the problem of kidnapping in our country. Equally, the favorable government policies, registration of Nigerians, the National Identity Management Commission, and its efforts are linking SIM cards to individual owners, central bank cashless policy, and we could see, so unfortunately though, that Nigerians as at June have only registered 90-something million people out of the more than 200,000 Nigerians. Sorry, 200 million Nigerians. We also, as part of prospect, the purchase of technology equipment like drones, and plan to improve our tactical intelligence unit, the repositioning of the Nigeria Police Force, International Police, Interpol, the C4I, the Crime Database Unit, and the Nigeria Police National Cybercrime Center. These are equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, and we believe by the time it takes off, the issue of technology and tackling of kidnapping will drastically come down. Equally, the recent approval of the proposed 500 billion palliatives for indigent Nigerians and the declaration of state of emergency on food security in Nigeria is an effort to address poverty and the increasing prices of foods in the country. Then I think we should just go straight to what are the challenges, what are the strategies, and what do we recommend? As a matter of fact, the first one, provision of small arms and light weapons. People are beginning to lose interest in the efforts of the security agencies, and therefore everybody wants to hold firearms. But unfortunately, as they hold the firearms, the same way the criminals have easy access to these arms and ammunition. And therefore, it is believed that this is a very serious challenge. And the way to go about this, you have to regulate the possession of small arms and light weapons in the country. And how do we do this? Government has to take firm decision on this. And equally, is that time or 2 minutes more? 2 minutes more, Harry? Good. So the federal government, security forces, National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons, and the National Retention Agency are the ones that are expected to take prompt action. Poor flow of information and intelligence, yes, because people no longer trust us, they hardly give information, and at the end of the day, you even see them collaborating and working with the criminals that we're supposed to jointly tackle. And this improve community policing strategies, as I've mentioned. We have plans for that, Force Headquarters and National Retention Agency. Dangerous stretch of forests acting as safe haven for kidnapping, for kidnappers and the communication means. Improved use of technology. You chart the forest, you are able to know how to attack or how to rescue victims anytime these victims are taken into the forest. Equally, the youth unemployment, autism, militant groups, these are challenges. I'm sorry, maybe during question time, I'll be able to answer some of your questions. And just to read the conclusion, exactly the wordings of the Inspector General of Police, I want to assure you that Nigeria Police Force under my watch will optimize the effectiveness of the police in securing the country and ensuring a peaceful environment for business to thrive. We shall tackle the menace of banditry, kidnapping, and other organized crimes and record a very low crime statistic. Towards ensuring the above, I have set in motion machinery to improve on the use of technology and community partnership to ensure prompt intelligence. This will enable us to prevent and where necessary, respond effectively to distress calls. To this end, I have Commence the position of the mobile police force and put in place training programs for policemen with a view to optimizing their performance and to effectively respond to crisis situations. Equally, we are improving on our synergy with other sister agencies and partnership with other stakeholders to improve on the current security situation across the country. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. When other speakers are coming, please, when I give you a sign that someone's by them to look back, just continue with your program. With the kind permission of the chairman, I want to give the representative of the NSA, who is presenting a paper and also having a good message, 10 minutes, but he has to hold on now because
the slide presentation that I forwarded to you. The title of my topic, which is the health and yeah, the health. The health implications, socio-economic and health implications. Yes, I did. General excuse me. Excellencies, on the high table, General Dambazao, General Burutai, the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice-Chancellor, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon all. I've been given 5 minutes. I do have a presentation. Sadly, this presentation is not being displayed, but I hope it will get to you. What I tried to do is to, just like this previous speaker mentioned, think about the situation that we have in our hands locally. The topic I have been given to talk about is the socio-economic and health implications of organized crime. And what I tried to do is I looked back at especially COVID-19, and I could see clearly the relationship and the consequence of organized crime on us. Not once, not twice, Interpol highlighted the fact that 2 issues: the supply chain of health, equipment, medicine was disrupted by organized crime, and we ended up buying, as an example, face masks that were fake. And you could now see clearly you're buying face masks to protect yourself, but then sadly, because they were fake, they couldn't do that. And of course, fake medicine and all of that. So clearly, I could see that. Then I went to our national security strategy. Remember, we have a document that more or less is the roadmap for security practices in Nigeria. And luckily, we've got a representative of the Office of the National Security Advisor. He'll probably speak more about that. Now, in that document, organized crime is mentioned 19 times. In particular, transnational organized crime. And if you allow me, I'll quickly read a quote from that document. It says, transnational organized crime, such as illicit financial flow and money laundering, drug and human trafficking, proliferation of small arms and light weapons, as well as proliferation of chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive weapons have a direct impact on our national security. One key area, and I know probably it's going to come up in the course of the conversation, Emergent crime syndicates and issues, they are so diverse in today's world that the consequences are not even very clear to us. Just before we came into this hall, I was discussing with the Vice Chancellor, AI, artificial intelligence. How many of us have sat down, especially in public security department, and thought about what organized crime can do with artificial intelligence? Create models that would beat any capabilities that you may have within public security space and beat those solutions and controls that you have in place. How far have we gone in terms of understanding AI and then adopting AI within our public space? So I think this is something that we need to think about and go back and see how we can start adopting that. I've provided definition for organized crime. I've also provided a dashboard to show how it looks like within Nigeria. There's several issues that have been mentioned by previous speakers, but time will not allow me to go into that. What I would try to do is to talk a little bit around my recommendations for addressing organized crime in Nigeria. I also quickly mentioned there is a resource. General Burutai mentioned it, but for the purpose of researchers here, the Global Organized Crime Index. It's been funded by the United States government and then by ENACT program, which is, I think, funded by the EU. So if you go online, you find it's an index. If you click on it, it will give you where Nigeria stands. But like the general mentioned, we're at about 7.5 out of 10. We're not doing very well. And frankly, general, they updated it this month, where instead of number 2 that you mentioned, we're actually at number 1, sadly, from the bottom. So again, there is a lot of work for us to do, especially for the public security departments, and this is clearly in your mandate. Now, in terms of the socio-economic implications of organized crime, which is why I've been invited, I'll quickly mention some of them. The destruction of the social contract, and that's really the essence of government. Standard of living is deteriorating. Social cohesion is diminished. Anyone interested in this, go to the African Polling Institute, API. They produce yearly a report on social cohesion. The last time I checked, we were at 40%, which is below the global standard of 50%. And it has a lot of parameters under that we can work on to improve that. Then the rise in death toll. So many health implications of it. It could be cancer, it could be name them. Zoonotic diseases that are rising currently. Just yesterday, the first case of anthrax was confirmed in Nigeria. How many of us have related it to the consequence of organized crime? Then, of course, kidnap for abduction. The moderator spoke extensively around that. Sadly, he was a victim. And so he has the capability to speak about it. And then, of course, the effect on our economy, unemployment, declining foreign direct investment, closure of businesses, and then the effect on agriculture, destruction of farmlands and farm produce, food shortage, hike in food price, and then, of course, effect on oil revenue. Earlier on, I think it was the rep of the Chief of Army Staff that spoke about, he gave a very visual description of the challenges that the military is having in addressing oil theft. Now, if time would have allowed me, I would have gone into the details of this, but so I would stop here and talk quickly around the health implications of organized crime and then do my conclusion. Some of the health implications would include substance abuse and addiction, violence and physical harm, human trafficking and exploitation, then public health risks from counterfeit goods. Earlier on, I spoke about an example of that. What should be our strategies and responses? Number one, enhanced security efforts, and I've got a lot of points under that. Then international cooperation, and I'm very happy the previous speaker before me spoke about that. Two organizations have been doing exceedingly well in supporting Nigeria. That is the Interpol, and I had hoped that the rep of the police would speak extensively around that. I had the privilege of visiting some of the facilities that are being, developed, both from cyber security point of view and a physical security point of view. So quite commendable. And then the UN, especially the UN ODC, it's doing quite a lot. It launched an assessment that it did for Nigeria in last year with a lot of recommendations and a program of action for implementation towards supporting Nigeria's fight against organized crime. The other recommendations are social and community interventions, and I have a lot of points under that. And then quickly around mitigation and prevention measures. Some of them would include, it's a whole of society approach. We have the tendency of pointing our fingers at our public security department, but we must realize that this responsibility lies with us as citizens of Nigeria. And so I have got a lot of recommendations here for everyone within the space, both public security departments, industrial security where I operate from. And then lastly, I would quickly mention, I had a lot of, a few points for the university community. One of the points I made in doing this research, and please, when this gets you, take your time, especially for the public security departments, and go through it. A lot of the weapons that are being used by these organized crimes, they recruit them from our youths. And mainly because of the unemployment surge that we have in the country at the moment. So just like the previous speaker mentioned, we need to think locally. How do we prevent them from recruiting those youth? And I think the university has a huge role to play. So I've listed some points there for the university community. I know the Vice Chancellor is in a lot of networking space where he can share this hopefully with other Vice Chancellors, and then they can adopt it within the university community so that they can reduce the tendency of students and pupils joining this organized crime group. Because of time, I'll stop here. I hope you will have time to study this and hopefully benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's now I know if you give Dr. Namu, he can't discuss Nigeria problem in 10 minutes. So I now call on the representative of the Special Guest of Honor, Rear Admiral Y.M. Musa, to make his goodwill message, deliver a goodwill message and your discussion of the paper. You have the privilege of taking 10 minutes.
As a privileged person. There's no time. The chairman of this occasion, Lieutenant General Abdurrahman Dabazau, former Chief of Army Staff and Minister of Interior. The Vice Chancellor of the Canadian University of Okada, distinguished guests in our midst, our former colleagues, Superior Officer, the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai. When you are pronouncing T.Y., you have to be careful, not to prove so that you will not pronounce the other T.Y. Thank you, sir. I need to allow myself in the already established people for want of time. Everybody is distinguished in the house. Especially when we're discussing a challenge program like what we are doing today. I'm highly delighted on behalf of the National Security Advisor, Malam Ribadu, to be here in your midst. He has conveyed his goodwill message and allow himself to all the discussion here. It's a good time for us to discuss how we be in the transition period to see what has happened in the past administration and see what is currently on the table and see how we can strategize for the future. So it's a good time. For want of time, I'll just go straight to the paper, Terrorist Network. Have become a pressing global concern. This is quite known to all of us, especially in global context. This network, driven by extreme ideology, are fueled by various grievances, seeking to destroy society and instill fear throughout of violence. Terrorist networks are intricate and decentralized structures that transcend national boundaries, allowing for increased mobility, flexibility, and resilience. The country has also had a share of its implications. The country is a member of the network by virtue of Boko Haram, Israel, and Assad. I'll try to flip through my paper. So I actually have a PowerPoint, but I just disregard that for me to be able to be fast. So I want to take an overview of the terrorist network within our sub-region and how it connects with our own sovereignty. The current global terrorism index, as you are aware, report indicated that terrorism remains a serious threat, and the sub-Saharan Africa has become the new epicenter of terrorism, a sanctuary for one fastest growing and most deadly terrorist group, and accounting for 48% of total global death in 2021 and 43% in 2022. The military defeat of ISIS in the Middle East, Taliban victories in Afghanistan, resilience of terrorist groups like Jamaatul Islam wal Muslimin, JNI, and Islamic State Sahel province, formerly the Islamic State in the Greater Sahara, the effect of climate change and the challenges that have been posed by the SY COVID-19 pandemic presents one of the geostrategic factors shaping terrorist activities within the Sahel region and indeed Nigeria. Terrorists across the Sahel seem to have been emboldened by Taliban victory, which they perceive as a case study on how a non-state armed movement can win through determination and sustained resilience activities in terrorism to ascend to power. There is an emergent trend within the terrorist group in Nigeria. That is, the use of exclusion techniques and the dark web. Exclusion has become a crucial tool for terrorist network, which enable them to protect their communication and operational security. The use of encryption technology by this network ensures that messages and data are coded in a way that can only be deciphered by authorized recipients. This level of security helps terrorist network protect their operational plans, coordinate attacks, and maintain secrecy, making it difficult for intelligence agencies and law enforcement to gather timely and actionable information. Moreover, exclusion facilitates the globalization of terrorist network by enabling secure communication across borders and among politically dispersed members. This challenge has led to debates about the balance between privacy and security. Government and law enforcement agencies have called for measures to address the exclusion dilemma, such as implementing backdoor access to encrypted communications. However, the application of such measures raises concern about the potential abuse of privacy and the creation of vulnerability that could be exploited by malicious actors. Nigerian government efforts at combating terrorism threat have been driven by the Terrorism Prevention Act, TPA 2023, the first instance, and now Terrorism Prevention Act, Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, which have formally established the National Counter-Terrorism Center as a coordinating center for all our counter-terrorism efforts. We are settling our border security. I'm happy the former Minister of Interior said it was under his purview that this was carried out. We are settling our border security through improved national border management strategies, which rely on technology such as the mobile intelligent data analysis system, MIDAS, to check the cross-border migration, terrorists, and other criminals. We are setting up mechanisms to identify individuals and groups whose action promote terrorism. Having seen the effect of this implication on our border security, the National Security Advisor is taking leverage of this for further discussion on how we can improve our technology within our borders. We have also strengthened collaboration with our neighboring countries of Chad, Cameroon, Niger, and Benin under the multinational task force, resulting in significant gains by degrading the capacity of terrorist group. Presently, as we may have been aware of what is currently going on in the Borno state in Nigeria, we have over 100,000 ex-Boko Haram fighters and their families who have surrendered to our national troop operating in the northeast Nigeria. Efforts are currently ongoing between the federal government and the state of Borno and other neighboring states to ensure their rehabilitation after proper screening of those who are still need to go through the criminal justice system. As a result of this effort, the impact of terrorism continues to decline in Nigeria, with total deaths falling by 23%, decreasing from 497 in 2021 to 385 in 2022, according for the current global index. The number of terrorist attacks in Nigeria also has fallen considerably. We only recorded 120 in 2022 compared to 214 in 2021. This lowest number of terror attacks since 2011. That is a great improvement. I'm told that time is going in Nigeria. We believe that violent extremism, apart from ideological motive, actually reside within the fabric of the socio-economic imbalances within the society. Therefore, any effort at combating terrorism in Nigeria must identify the drivers and be able to take contingency that will address the socio-economic issues that are connected with terrorism. Challenges. I will take just two challenges. One of such challenges is the elusive and adaptive nature of terrorists. Terrorists are so adaptable to their society because they are embedded with the society. And the armed forces are trained to really fight conventional war. For these days, how can you be fighting within and embedded with terrorists? Enemies are embedded within the community without causing collateral damage. These are the major challenge that is befalling our armed forces and security agencies because of the elusive and adaptive nature of the terrorists. We also have excessive border to cover. These are the essence of the linkage between terrorism or terrorist movement or group with transnational organized crime. They are partners in progress. Sometimes the tactics of transnational organized crimes are very utility as utility for terrorism, whereas terrorism tactics can also be utilized by transnational organized crime. So currently what we have in the Northwest is a display of the connect, the linkage between terrorist movement and banditry. So this must be known in trying to get solution to be able to combat transnational organized crime. So in conclusion, I didn't make me to say the same word. Anyway, this I can give some strategies, some point of way forward when we go into the discussion stand. This week, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by saying that in the past few minutes, I have been able to give you an overview of terrorist network in Nigeria, stressing some of the modest contribution to provide an environment for socio-economic activity to thrive based on the recently published global counterterrorism desk, see that we are really making progress. We believe by looking at some other enablers of terrorism, such as transnational organized crime, will be actually getting to the end of our challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You know, we are in the military environment, so we must keep to time. I understand the DG of NAFDAC is online. Yeah, so you can do a presentation.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I would like to share my screen, if that is fine.
No, you don't use
it. Could you enable me to share my screen, please? I have a PowerPoint presentation. Yeah.
Please.
Well, just a minute.
Unmute your mic.
Just a minute. I still
Okay.
cannot share my screen.
We can hear you now.
Just a minute, please. Yeah.
No, we can hear you clearly now. Don't.
That's- Let's see whether this will work. Okay.
No, it's easy. If it's 5 minutes, we'll cut off. Hello. Yes, yes. I don't want to get contact. Are you there? We'll have that, please.
Just a minute. I'm trying to use another system to share my screen. I have a new.
Yes, thank you. We have 5 minutes for presentation.
Yeah. The passcode is IU Okada.
Please come back from the control room.
I will be there in just a minute, please. Let's see.
Continue with our presentation.
Well, it's
You have 5 minutes.
okay. I will talk from my PowerPoint. I'm sorry, I've been online for about 1.5 hours, but I'm using a new system. And I would like to thank Igbenedon University and the Muratai Center for making this meeting to happen. In terms of what NAFDAC is all about concerning National Drug Control Strategy and organized crime, we have a regulatory framework that we work with. Our regulation, of course, is to control the manufacturing, importation, exportation, distribution, and use of 7 regulated products, including drugs and chemicals. We have the CAP N1 laws of 2004. We have the CAP F32 of 2004. We have CAP F33, which is for food, drug, and related regulated products. Then we have the C34 law, counterfeit and fake drugs, and also processed foods. We are also, we have the headquarters of the Federal Task Force in NAFDAC, And the purpose, of course, is to ensure quality, safe, efficacious, and wholesome regulated products. To prevent counterfeiting, falsifying of drugs and chemicals, especially relating to this program, to control chemicals from getting into the wrong hands and substances that could be used as precursors or substances that can be abused, which can lead to terroristic acts. Our purpose is to build confidence in the public sector in terms of safeguarding the health of the nation, also safeguarding this national security, knowing that we control and regulate chemicals. Organized crime networks in Nigeria are billion naira businesses operating in many areas. They are involved in many types of activities spanning several products, including drugs and chemicals. In terms of criminal gang activities in regulated products counterfeiting, I mentioned they are diverse, and it includes counterfeiting, falsifying drug, adulteration, smuggling, forgery, illegal manufacture of drugs and chemicals, proliferation of clandestine laboratories, trafficking in chemical weapons, precursors. That is why what we do every day in NAFDAC is 24/7. What are the strategies that we have put in place to mitigate the threats? Since the inception of my administration, I've set out the aims and objectives of the national strategy to do this mitigation. The strategies are to prepare, protect, prevent, and pursue. This framework are often referred to as the 4 Ps. The National Drug Control Strategy hinges on the National Drug Control Master Plan. And this was adopted by Nigeria in response to drugs and other related organized crimes in the country. There is a 4th edition of this plan tagged NDC MP 2021 to 2025, and that was done December 2021. That is the 4th edition. The implementation of the master plan will help Nigeria to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 3 and Target 3.5, which essentially is to ensure healthy living and promote well-being for all ages. That is to strengthen prevention and treatment of substance abuse, including narcotic drug use and harmful use of alcohol. The master plan has 4 areas. Pillar 1 is controlled by NDLA. Pillar 2, which is drug demand reduction, is controlled by the NDLA, Federal Ministry of Health, NAFDAC, and NACA. Pillar 3, which is access to control medicines for medical and scientific purposes, are controlled by Federal Ministry of Health and NAFDAC. Pillar 4, which is governance and coordination, this pillar unites the efforts of various MDAs for effective implementation of plan. How do we achieve the goals? To achieve this high responsibility, it has been the goal of NAFDAC to formulate policies and implement measures that meet the set objectives. This was what we've been doing for about 5 years and led us to WHO maturity level 3 status. And that maturity level 3 status, it was guided by international standards. Knowing that we are regulating drugs and chemicals and other products that will safeguard the health of the nation. These products must be must be of quality, safe, and efficacious. So the maturity level 3 that we went through covers so many functions. And that attainment is a sign that NAFDAC is functioning well, according to WHO, stable and eligible for inclusion into the transitional WHO listed world authorities. Only 4 countries in Africa have been ranked maturity level 3 in the continent. They are Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, and Egypt. Only few than 30% of world's regulatory authorities are considered fully functional and operational. That is, having maturity level 3. The next goal of the agency is to attain maturity level 4 for stronger regulatory framework, which includes control of drugs and chemicals or illicit substances.
That's 1 minutes more.
The 8 regulatory functions which NAFDAC is benchmarked on came to bear on the strength of the agency, and it keys in to the National Drug Control Master Plan. We have registration and marketing authorization. We have market surveillance and control. This is where the control of drugs and chemicals come in. And this lies within the ambit of so many directorates. It also involves the Federal Task Force, like I mentioned. We also have to be very vigilant. That was part of what we have been audited on for about 5 years. Regulatory inspection, extremely important to regulate and control sites where drugs are manufactured, chemicals are manufactured. The National Security Advisors Office has partnered with us, has guided us over the years in terms of movement of chemicals in order to prevent terroristic acts. Thank you. I'm rounding off, please. One of the big market control that we have is Investigation and Enforcement Directorate and the Federal Task Force. Our daily routine includes controlling drugs and chemicals. Nigeria is where Nigeria is today because for 7 years, NAFDAC was removed from the ports, 2011 to 2018. It was the National Office of National Security Advisor that helped us to go back. That is why this collaboration is extremely important. We also have or work closely with Interpol, FBI. We have the Operation HERA, which is an initiative to fight pharmaceutical crimes in West Africa. We have also Operation Pangea that helps us a lot in terms of disrupting illicit activities, enhancing prosecution of suspects. With that, I want to conclude by saying that I appreciate what this is all about. We need a lot of enforcement in our country and a strengthening of judicial system in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much. So the next paper is from the interface between research and national security. Professor Femi Olufumi Labi. Oh, my neighbor. Let me start by thanking the chairman of this occasion, General Abdurrahman Dambazo. Whenever he is standing the risk of being declared a war at Igbinedion University as our professor at large, you will see him coming to play a prominent role in our function. So we are very grateful that you are still very much in person. And I want to also appreciate the sustained support
of our benefactor at the Buratai Center, Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai. Even this outing, we cannot quantify his support. We are very grateful, sir. And I want to appreciate my Vice Chancellor, whose vision made this particular conference possible. He has shown that the three functions of a university are all respected: teaching, research, and public service. This falls within the domain of public service. Last but not the least, I want to recognize the presence of our Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Professor Sheikh Abdullah. Is always there to give us encouragement, and in any meeting you find him, you will always be glad you are there. You are most welcome, sir. And my respect to all the distinguished people representing various services. We are very grateful. Our board members, you are very, very much welcome. We are grateful to you. Now, straight to my paper. In the academia, when we talk of research, we believe there is a problem to be interrogated, which needs mitigation or outright solution. The problem could be anything. It could be biological, it could be medical, it could be social in nature. In this present context, we are talking about interrogation of national security. When you talk of national security, the concept itself assumes there are threats. If there are no threats, there won't be issue of national security. And the threats are diverse. Climatic, when you have desertification, you have shrinking Lake Chad, and you see a down southward movement that is causing problems between herdsmen and farmers. That's a threat. It's climatic in nature, but it has become a threat. When you see Ebola and you see COVID, that's biological threat. And research can help you to solve that problem by maybe developing a vaccine. And the desertification issue, if you engage water engineers and agriculturists, they can also help you. Now, that for the purpose of this occasion, I've zeroed in on what I call a defense threat. You know, there are these national security threats, but this very one, nobody really talks about it. And I call it defense dependency. It refers to a situation where a country relies heavily on foreign sources for its defense needs. Rocket launchers, warship, fighter jets, bombs, assault rifles, even uniforms and boots are imported in this country. This defense dependency, as I conceptualize it, is a critical threat to national security because of two things. Number one, it puts us at a strategic disadvantage. If we have a major war on our hands, all it takes our enemies out there to do, maybe powerful enemies, is to impose arms embargo on Nigeria, and then we will be in trouble because we can hardly produce anything by ourselves. And I give you two instances in the past. When General Sani Abacha was in power and sanctions were imposed by the Western countries against Nigerian military, they were not to sell us arms and all that. We could not still think of how to help ourselves locally. My highly respected friend, who was chief of the esteemed friend, who was chief of defense staff, then former head of State General Salam Abubakar, was directed to go to China. That was when he started looking towards the east from the west. Well, it's good to diversify your interactions militarily, defense-wise, but the solution actually is to develop what is called a military-industrial complex. That is an industrial capacity to produce your basic and critical things in terms of weaponry and so on to defend your country. The second problem we face
in a true defense dependency is it's a drain on our economy because arms and ammunition are the most expensive commodities in the global marketplace. And for you to rely only on importation for those things, for a country that its economy is struggling, it's not the way to go. Because the more the economy is stressed, the less your capacity to defend yourself. Because you will not buy these arms and ammunition in Naira. So therefore, I came to the conclusion that the issue of deploying research towards tackling defense dependency should be taken up at the highest level of government by the office of the president. I'm proposing that the office of the president should set up what is called Office of Defense Research and Development. And that will not be something unique to us. You see major strides in defense innovations, you discover that it is the president of the country that is always at the forefront. When America went to space and they now started putting spy satellites all over the place, who started it? It was President J.F. Kennedy, who even boasted that by so time America will land a man on the moon. He was funding it directly from his office and he achieved it. President Bhutto, when India attained nuclear capability, what did he do? He also announced in 1974 that whatever it will take, Pakistan must develop a nuclear bomb. And they have it. They are not so advanced than us. But because there is that focus, they were able to achieve it. And nuclear weaponry is one of the most difficult you can ever attain. If Pakistan could do it, Nigeria can even do better. So in conclusion, I'm suggesting that Office of Defense Research and Development should be established to perform a couple of functions. And I will just give you the outline of the functions here. One is to take an overview of our defense needs and set targets in terms of how to meet them locally. Take an inventory of local materials in terms of talent and other material resources, and to also decide how much it will take to do it, and mobilize stakeholders from research institutes, from stakeholders within the military to take care of Nigeria in terms of its arms and ammunition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this point, we've taken an extra lecture in 1 hour, so you must appreciate yourself. Clap for yourself. You're able to achieve this. Is an assignment given to me and I must do it. Thank you very much. Just have your seat now. Thank you, sir. We go for 30 minutes tea break. Please 30 minutes so that we can come back and continue. I think the best way to do it is when we come back, we'll do for the second session. Then the questions and answers will come last. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the back. Now that it's Yeah, it is.
It's amazing how you knock me off my feet. Every time you come around me, I get weak. Yeah. Nobody ever made me feel this. It's my lips and then you take my breath out. So I wanna know. Yeah. I like to know. Girl, he never understood what you were. And he never took the time to make it work. No, baby, I'm the kind of man who shows concern. Yes, I do. Any way that I can please you, let me learn. So, I wanna know. I like it. If you smile, baby. Tell me what I gotta do to please you, baby. When you say I'll do now, 'cause I don't make you happy. From the bottom of my heart, it's true. Tell me what I gotta do to please you, baby. When you say I'll do now, 'cause I really wanna make you happy. From the bottom of my heart, it's true. I was take a journey through your
Sign attendance. There's a provision now. This indicates so that this indicates this indicates so that we could sign. Okay, okay. Just wait. You're welcome from your tea break. Let's just begin to settle down so that the next session will begin. So for those who have signed the attendance list, the protocol will be going around with them. So if you just indicate, we'll give you a paper to sign. Yes, we're taking lots of printer.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Welcome from your team. Let's settle down. Let's settle down, please, so that we can commence the next session.
Maybe we should call this.
Others, please direct participants to their seats so that we can pick up the next session. Thank you. Once again, you're welcome from the tea break. I will now invite the chairman to recommence the session that was paused. Thank you, sir.
Please, let's get settled. Please settle down, please. Yeah, we're now going for the second session. In this session, the moderator is Professor Nat Ofo, Director Center for Leadership and Governance of Igbinedion University. Please, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we are pressed for time, and adopt the existing protocol and ensure that this session is quite brief. Talking about the session being brief, I'm aware that the speaker for the next session, that is Dr. Francesca, is already online. Let me know if the support can share our screen. Great. Can you hear us, please?
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much. We are sorry for keeping you waiting. Time is fast spent. I know that you have some presentation to make. But because of challenge with time, I give you 5 minutes to speak to your presentation. Then you can send the subcopy to us subsequently. So let's speak to your paper in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, the chairman of the session has graciously allowed 10 minutes to speak to your people. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Can I share the screen? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference today. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you, and I'm so sad that I couldn't make it actually to Abuja in time. So today I'm going to talk about something that maybe doesn't seem to be so related to national security, to organized crimes, but I would also like to link my presentation to whatever was said by the speaker in the previous section, that is, think globally, act locally. And I also believe that actually we need to look at the region whenever we think about national security, because we cannot be safe, we cannot be secure, we cannot have any kind of stability if our neighborhood is like a kind of a mess. So if we have some problems in our neighborhood. So today I would like to briefly actually address the maritime, to briefly talk about some autonomous African responses to growing security threats in West Africa. I would like to look at the African agency in creating a regional security, in promoting initiatives of regional security, and I would actually and how actually they operate and they simultaneously exist together with other actors in the Gulf of Guinea. To further assess the implication of those maritime threats for the regional architecture, some aspects need to be considered. First of all, the transnational character of maritime threats, and also their capability to rapidly change and adapt despite the efforts to fight them. A second aspect consists of the recognition of the enabling power of the sea in terms of natural resources, energy, economic development, trade, and military and political projection that is affected by the sea blindness that most of the time we hear that many African countries experience, who strongly dictates how responses are defined to maritime threats. And the third aspect actually connected to the previous one, and is the need to address maritime threats to a broader and more holistic understanding of security, and to think about a maritime security agenda for the Gulf of Guinea that also recognize the relation between security and development. And finally, a last aspect that also need to be taken into consideration is the presence of extra-regional actors engaged in achieving, controlling, and securing their own interest in the Gulf of Guinea region. So I would just rapidly speak about trying to introduce the Gulf of Guinea situation right now, addressing some of the blue crimes. I will talk about what is the maritime security, the concept of maritime security and security architecture, and I will later approach the African initiatives in the maritime security architecture and the influence of extra-regional actors by also addressing the implications of the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. As we know, the region of the Gulf of Guinea is actually one of Africa's most economically valuable region. It is home to 60% of African oil production, 4.5 of the oil reserves, 2.7 of gas reserves, and 25% of the African maritime ships traffic actually happens in the Gulf of Guinea, and not just the African one. So this is not just important for African trade, import and export from the African continent, but it's also actually connecting 3 major continents, Africa, Americas, and Europe. So this privileged position and the richness in the underwater wealth makes actually the region a seminal actor in terms of geostrategic, political, economic, trade, and energy space, while at the same time, it contributes to the emergence of violent threats and social tensions for the access, the control, and the management of the same area and the resources that exist in that. Furthermore, the characteristic of the coastal states of the Gulf of Guinea mainly consist of the presence of internal conflict, organized crimes, some youth unemployment, endemic corruption, some lack of resources, and sometimes also lack of political will of some African countries to handle with domestic issues, can be perceived as a facilitator of insecurity and growing incidents of blue crimes. As we know, of course, as a Nigerian, you were Nigerian, you should know quite well this. Since 2012, concerns over maritime security in West Africa have increased, with piracy cases doubling by 2018 and making the Gulf of Guinea one of the most insecure maritime space in the world. As we can see, actually, between 2018 and by 2018-2020, West Africa was the highest spot of the hotspot of piracy in the world, and Nigeria actually was the country with the highest incidence of rates of piracy incidents in the region. Actually, we know, despite actually the reduction in piracy attacks, as you can see in the second graphs along the West African coast, the main international agency have continued to state that the Gulf of Guinea is nowadays and remains the world's piracy hotspot and accounted for half of all reported piracy incidents worldwide. So supporting a continuous demand for more regional and international efforts to address the insecurities that exist in the region and save lives and save the states. Other than piracy, we of course know that there are other crimes, blue crimes that happen in the West Africa, and that affect not just the sea, but also they also have a huge impact on the land. As in the case of drug trafficking, I really don't have that much time now to address actually to talk about drug trafficking and how it is connected also to the illegal fishing, because most of the traffic of drugs actually happen by sea, and it comes through fishing vessels, as you might see in the second graph, in the second map. And another huge crime can be the illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing that has a strong impact actually, and it's not like we are not capable to estimate what are the real effects of illegal, unreported, and regulated fishing over the economics, over the employment, over the food security of the countries, over the social security also, especially if we consider that West African countries, in West Africa, most of the coastal states actually rely, the economics of the coastal states, the economies of the family relies on illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So any crime, any overexploitation of the fishing is actually going to cause a lot of other problems. So this is actually to say that by linking the emergence of insecurity in the region to the underdevelopment of the countries and their structural weaknesses, make this problem more difficult to be solved. And maritime security is so inserted within the security development nexus, understanding that peace and socio-political stability are not achievable without sustainable development. And related to the African continent, maritime security can be considered both as a result with a more comprehensive scope, meaning a condition that promotes sustainable development, as well as the prevention of and the fight against a wide range of threats and illicit acts in the field of maritime security. However, something very specific and very peculiar of the concept of maritime security is that it is a very subjective concept, a very subjective understanding. So security means different things to different actors depending on the context, on the user, and it can be actually, this definition, this meaning can be shaped over the time by the structure of power, by the forces actually that act in this dimension. So this subjective understanding is a significant halt to an eventually combined approach and a cooperative approach among countries to solve maritime security problems. Although the same actually definition, the same characteristic of maritime security, and the maritime security threats for being multifaceted, multidimensional, transversal to sectors, actors, and border, they demand actually for a more cooperative and more, more coordinated approach and response. It is actually they should actually be made by multiple levels and multiple actors. The fact that everybody believes and thinks and have actually different perception of what is insecurity creates actually a kind of a huge obstacle to advance in a possible security architecture and a possible regional mechanism or regional agency in terms of maritime security. The region, although actually the West African region tried to implement some initiatives in terms of maritime security. And when we talk about agency, so to analyze the African agency in the field of maritime security, we should first of all question whether the African agency can constrain the structure in the same way as the structure constrains and constitute its agency all over the decades and the century. So we know that actually we should actually see if the African continent is finally moving from the marginalized, weak and poor concern to which has always been relegated by the international system. If it is now has the capability to choose for itself and to actually to make outcomes from its choose. So when analyzing the African agency, it is necessary to understand how this SDG is found and maximized by the African actors, despite, or in some cases, because of their perceived weaknesses and lack of capacity. So despite the fact that the system creates this condition for the African continent, for the African states, is there any possibility for these countries and for this region or the continent to finally have an agency and solve the problem that actually affect their sea, their maritime domains, and have huge impact also on land? So while engaging in structural cooperation with external actors, diverse African responses have been proposed. At the rise of the millennium, the African Union responded to the emergence of conflict in the continent by acknowledging the negative impacts that they have on economics, development, and societies, and creating in 2003 the African Peace and Security Architecture, that it was actually a continental system to maintain peace and stability. Although the African Union and the multi-level mechanism to achieve peace and security have recently started to recognize the securitization of the maritime domain, the maritime security and safety was not fully integrated into the African Union Peace and Security Architecture. Only recently, the African Integrated Maritime Security, the AIMS 2050, is looking for the accomplishment of maritime security, maritime governance, and the maritime economy and development, so the blue economy, by ensuring strategic level expertise regarding all three of these pillars to work with the REC. Some further initiatives have been proposed at the regional level more than at the continental level. And actually they happened before, and the delay in the continental response has been covered by the role and the action of the regional economic community. I know that I should stop here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right on the dots. Right on the dots. This is a perfect time management. We will the second paper now, but I heard it by fear. I've been Controller General of Nigerian Customs Services is to present on border protection and the challenges of smuggling. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
The chairman, sir, Lieutenant General A.B. Dambazao, retired, former Chief of Army Staff, and official engagements in Lagos. The topic before us is Nigerian quest for border protection and challenges of smuggling. We will look at border. Because of time efficiency anyway, we'll just mention small and then we'll now go out here with the points. The border protection, otherwise known as border management, is a broad term which refers to measures taken by government to monitor and regulate the movement of people, animals, and goods across land, air, and maritime borders, such as control measures serve a variety of purposes, ranging from enforcing custom, sanitary, or biosecurity regulations to restrict or prevent illegal migration. In Nigeria, border management is a shared primary responsibility of the Nigerian Customs Service and Nigerian Immigration. They are supported by the Nigerian Police, Department of State CIZ, the NIA, and then the Army Forces of Nigeria. Although these agencies have their various respective roles to play, we will work together. Despite the presence of the multi-agencies in the borders, Nigeria continued to face a Herculean task to defend our national sovereignty and control access. Like I said, we are not going to dig into it. That's in Nigeria here, we have about 1,100 borders with neighboring countries, but only 97 is an approved border route. Then if we look at it, there are some points that are really hindering how to manage these borders because of this lack of approvals. We have geographical factors, we have economic factors, we have weak border security infrastructure, we have corruption, porosity of the borders, we have terrorism and insecurity challenges in regional cooperation, the implication of these cross-border crimes and national security. Implications on the economy, smugglers destroy the economy, paralyzes local industry by exposing them to unfair competition and robs the nation of needed revenue for the provision of basic social services. For instance, the World Bank report conducted in 2017 revealed that about $5 billion worth of assorted goods are smuggled into Nigeria through various illegal entry points. Also in 2019, Nigeria Textile Manufacturers Association, NTMI, said Nigeria loses $325 million every year due to activities of smuggling of textile materials. This causes loss of jobs with its attendant social consequences in its. Therefore, imperative that efforts to at growing the Nigerian economy be given priority for enforcing Nigeria's anti-smuggling laws. Security implications. A major implication of cross-border crimes is that it impacts negatively on international security system. In 2016 alone, the United Nations raised alarm over the illicit proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Africa, with over 350 million traced to Nigeria. This account to 70% of an estimated 500 million of such weapons said to be circulating in West Africa. Global study on firearms tracking 2022. Then we now look at it that we will have to only mention points, because if we say we are going to deal on more of these points, we will not go to anywhere because of the time given to me. Political implications, the environmental and health implications, measures for effective border protection. We have some measures that we put in place for for effective border management. We have to look at it. We have to also invest in infrastructure and technology within the border line. We have to increase personnel and training, that is recruiting, and then giving training from time to time. Then we have to look at anti-corruption measures to cope some of these measures. Provision of basic amenities within the border coast. Then interagency cooperation and collaboration, then regional cooperation, public awareness and community engagement, strengthening legal frameworks. And in concluding remarks, the CGC said Nigeria's quest for border protection and combating the challenges of smuggling are multifaceted issues that require comprehensive strategies and cooperation at national, regional, and international levels. Addressing smuggling requires understanding the organizational principles of criminal networks involved in smuggling, implementing effective border monitoring and control measures, and promoting regional track policies and cooperation. This is better achieved by employing coordinated efforts with security agencies and citizens, as well as regional cooperation to regulate border and security agencies, consequently addressing the socio-economic implications of smuggling, such as corruption, hindered development, and endangering of lives, is crucial for Nigerian security, peace, and sustainability development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now we come to the third and last presentation for this session, which is on other thefts and assets protection, and this will be delivered by Dr. Ahmed Abubakar Audi, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. You have 5 minutes.
The chairman, my former minister, please permit me to stand on existing protocol for want of time. My name is Helen Dr. Amakuri. I am an ECG of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. And I'm here to represent my Commandant General. He has sent me to help deliver his paper because he's somewhere else on an official assignment. The topic given to him is oil theft and asset protection, the role of NSCDC. We'll start by defining oil assets. What is oil asset? It's just an infrastructure used for the exploration, production, transportation of oil and gas. And they include, but not limited to, the following: refineries, pipelines, export terminals, tank farms, and gas plants. Oil theft, on the other hand, can be interpreted to mean stealing oil or getting involved in illegal bunkering of oil and petroleum products, such as PMS, AGO, oil and gas, diesel, and kerosene. Because of want of time, we had a detailed lecture, but we've been able to summarize it for want of time. So I'll just go straight to the ways NSCDC has been achieving their activities. I don't know if you know that NSCDC is the lead agency in the protection of critical national assets and infrastructure of Nigeria. So protecting oil assets and pipelines and indirectly combating oil theft is one of our major mandates. And how have we been able to do this? We have been able to understand that most people get involved, especially the people in the host community get involved in oil theft and vandalism of pipelines because they are not happy with the way the oil companies and government policies and activities have been negatively affecting them. So one of the ways we do is through mediation, peace, and conflict resolution. We understand that most of them are often involved in oil theft because they don't have any means of livelihood. So during our recruitment exercises, we normally give a percentage for the recruitment of the youths in this region. The Corps also depends heavily on the services of some people in the host community to provide credible intelligence reports. These have aided us in nipping in the bud some impending oil theft and pipeline vandalism. Through sensitization and awareness programs, where we are engaged with the host community, people in the host communities, we often tell them that stealing oil or vandalizing pipeline is a serious crime, and we always engage them to support us. We have also destroyed so many illegal refineries. We have trained and retrained personnel to be effective in carrying out the duties of pipeline protection. Sometimes we get overwhelmed with requests from oil companies and some clients, people who have facilities. So as the regulator of the private gas companies, we normally recommend to them some credible private gas companies to assist us in providing protection on their facilities. We have also started using modern technologies by use of CCTV cameras. We have deployed this method in protecting
the facilities of Total Oil Company, and we plan to gradually extend it to the protection of the facilities of other companies. We are all aware of the fact that we are not unaware of the fact, rather, that some bad elements among us may be involved or may aid and abet, oil theft. And so the current Commandant General has set up his special Commandant General, Special Intelligence and Anti-Vandal Squad. The essence of this is to checkmate the activities of the state commands. What are our achievements? In the last 5 years, we have secured over 250 convictions in favor of the court on matters bordering on oil theft and pipeline vandalism. We have destroyed over 2,000 illegal refineries and oil dumps in the Niger Delta regions and other parts of the country, like in Lagos, Kogi, Ondo, and so on. The Corps has also nipped and averted what would have been a serious crisis in the Niger Delta through negotiation, through mediation, and peace and conflict resolution between the oil companies and the restive youths of the host communities. Through intelligence gathering, the Corps has been able to nip in the bud many acts of vandalization of assets and oil theft. What are our challenges? Even though we have made some tangible achievements, we still have our challenges. And one of the major challenges we have is, you see, people erroneously believe or think that it's just the criminals in the bushes or in the host communities that are involved in oil theft and pipeline vandalism. From our activities, we have been able to establish the fact that everybody is involved, from the people in the government house to the least person, from bad elements among security agencies, from the politicians who steal oil and bust pipelines to fund their political parties, and even from the staff of oil companies. We've been able to establish that many of them are involved in oil theft and pipeline vandalism. And this has posed a lot of challenges to us, but we are trying our best. Apart from the involvement of everybody in this crime, organized crime, the Corps also has two other major challenges. One is we need more finances, funding, to be able to enhance our capacity. We have been so effective in curbing the ones on land, but in the maritime sector, we rely heavily on the Nigerian Navy, and they have been our allies, strong allies. Most times they arrest vandals and hand over vessels and batches to us. And in the course of active service, we've lost many young officers and men in their prime. So painful, but what can we do? The work must conclude. Now, having seen our challenges, we are making this recommendation. And in order to reduce oil theft and vandalism of assets to the barest minimum, the following recommendations are made. One, all hands must be on deck to curb oil theft to the barest minimum. There should be strong sensitization programs that we carried out to make Nigerians have a change of mindset towards oil theft and vandalism of oil assets. This can be done by agencies like the Nigeria Orientation Agency and the media. Oil thieves and vandals who are caught should be publicly named and shamed, regardless of who they are, and they should be decisively dealt with. I think when we name and shame them, instead of doing the other things, it will serve as deterrent to others. Now, this one is a simple but very effective and efficient recommendation. The families in this Niger Delta state or oil producing state have a role to play in curbing the oil theft of this nation. I'm saying that because by marriage and by birth, I'm a core Niger Delta. One of the things my parents told me and my siblings when we were growing up is that don't touch oil. Even though we have oil at the back of our house, like, don't go there, don't steal, because when you do it, God will rain his heavy curses on you. And we were so scared. They put that fear in us. Until we grew up, none of us went near any oil facilities. So if our parents can do that to us, other families too should do that. And in the long run, we'll be able to reduce this. Mediators, peace, and conflict specialists have a major role to play. It's an open market. I'm a fellow of the Society of Peace Studies and Practice, and I'm a member of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. And I've been telling them, because I was once the River State Commandant of NSCDC from November 2014 to January 2017. And I've told them that there's a big market there. There's a lot of role to play there. So many of these youths are involved because they are aggrieved with either the government or the oil company. So they should move there and start working. And I'm sure it will go a long way in assisting them. In conclusion, how do I conclude? Obviously, the task of curbing oil theft and vandalism of oil facilities is a Herculean task, but it is achievable. I strongly believe that it is achievable. If it can be achieved in countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, even Ghana here, then it can be achievable in Nigeria. All we need to do is that all hands must be on deck. We should have a change of mindset. Let's try to be like the average American, who will always think of what he will do for America and not what America will do for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, with this paper, we have come to the end of paper presentations of this second session. The next thing for us to do, I guess, is question and answers, and I'll leave you to take charge of that, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we quickly go into the next phase. That's questions and answers, combining session 1 and 2. So if anybody has questions, contributions, observations, please, you raise up your hands and I'll point at you to ask or to make whatever comments. But please ensure that you limit yourself to the questions or to the contribution. Don't go into another lecture, please. Yes. Please, when you get off, introduce yourself.
So I am Dr. Martin, retired for observation based
the mandate of the Immigration Service, one of the major mandates is the border patrol. But in the presentation, they were not asked to present a paper concerning their activities, which is the major constraint of the national security in Nigeria. Crime, cross-border crime cannot be done without human being. It's human agitate or rather plan and execute the crime. What is immigration doing? Or the Immigration Service, which I was in charge of the Ministry of Interior. By that, I was the Provost Marshal General. He effectively set up what we call the monitoring of weather, and the weather guards in charge of the border areas. So I want immigration to answer this one, which is their mandate, sir. Thank you.
Yes, question. Who is it? No, let me finish from right first. From my right, anybody?
No more.
Yes, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mine is just,
Can you introduce yourself?
my name is Mr. Ahmed Mora Mahamas. We want to comment on what the DG of Namibia has said.
That's to do with the evaluation of illegal getting criminalities in the context of drugs. Now, the three drug regulatory agencies, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NAFDAC, and Pharmacy Council of Nigeria must work in tandem with each other in order to reduce easy access to drugs for addiction. Now, FDA is concerned with stopping the trafficking of illicit drugs, whereas the NAFDAC is responsible for the registration of pharmaceutical products. Pharmacy Council is responsible for the registration of pharmaceutical premises where pharmaceutical endeavor take place. Now, the issue is that drugs of therapeutic importance, when consumed in higher doses, aid and abate mind-bending, have mind-bending and hallucination effects. And that's aid and abate criminalities, cross-border trafficking in arms, and also illegal mining and other things that threatens national security. In other words, there is a need to have a concerted effort to ensure that easy access to drugs for addiction is curtailed. I'm aware that NAFDAC and PCN Pharmacy Council are working towards having a system approach in drug distribution in this country, which will certainly reduce to the barest minimum this issue of easy access to illicit drugs and other drugs for addiction. That's my contribution.
Okay.
Yes, I have some.
Any other insight? Let's move this. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chukwuka Isaac. I'm a cybersecurity professional representing CISIAN, the Expert Association of Cybersecurity Professionals in Nigeria. Okay, better now, I guess. So I will commend the speakers. It's been a wonderful presentation. Talking about organized crime, syndicates, and all that, it's really going into the cyberspace. It's beyond what we see in the physical. I'd like to know what plans are in place, as regards cybersecurity, because a lot of this organized crime, like I said earlier, are happening in the cyberspace now. So what plans are we making as a country to ensure that we cope this as well? Thank you very much.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Ibrahim Dosara, former Commissioner of Information, Zamfara State. Mine is contribution, especially regarding those major obstacles that are militating against fighting against the organized crimes in Nigeria. One of them is conflict entrepreneurs. When I say conflict entrepreneurs, I'm talking about those interest groups that are seriously fighting with the security operatives to ensure that crimes continue to escalate. And in as much as we want to be successful and result-oriented fight against such organized crimes, we have to deal with conflict entrepreneurs. They range from informants, bad elements among the security operatives. We also have bad business men and women who supply logistics and other needed materials by the organized criminals. Secondly, we have to deal with porous nature of our borders. In as much as weapons and other logistics and equipment being used by the criminals are being produced, especially guns and other sophisticated weapons are not produced in Nigeria. They must have been imported into the country through our borders. So we have to be up and doing in ensuring that the borders are secured and no criminal is allowed to import such weapons into the country. And the other one is about the minds, like the civil defense has said. We have to change our mindset, honestly, especially the parents and the traditional institutions. We have to reorient them to ensure that they are alive to their responsibilities so that they cross-check and ensure that these things are not allowed to continue in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Comrade Philip Ikodo. I'm the National Secretary for Vision 774 and also a World Peace Advocate. Mine is contribution. I want to commend the organizers for a well thought out team, and it is very, very crucial to our national development. I want to look at a very key point because this organized crime is a major factor that poses significant threat to national security, and as well known as enterprises or a syndicate, if you may like, that is structured in hierarchy, in a clear division of labor, that in terms of their objective, they are generating substantial profit through illicit, activities that tends to, become detrimental to national security. So one of the key areas that I actually want to look at, I want to contribute to in this program, this conference, is the one that has to do with destabilizing the rule of law. Because it is known that this organized crime undermine the foundation of stable society by corrupting government officials, some government officials, the bad eggs among us, key institutions, political body, etc., which in turn erode public trust and hinder effective functioning of the democratic institution. This effective functioning of this organized crime, they collaborate or coerce government officials, and they gain access to sensitive information, protection from prosecution, and opportunities to expand their criminal activities. So in this scenario, I think government have to have a way, or the organizers, whatever there's going to be in the communique, to deal with this matter, because it's very, very critical and key to our national security. That's my take. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Ekpa Daniel. I'm trying to speak from the angle of cybersecurity, the cyberspace, just like the previous speaker also spoke about. I'm happy with what Emergent University is doing. We have partnered with them. I'm a consultant with Cisco Systems based in the US. And so we've done a lot. Right now in Emergent University, they have a cybersecurity as a department, which we're collaborating with. So, Mr. Chairman, for me, I think one of the ways we need to help to cope the effects of crime when it comes to the cyberspace is to empower our youth. We all know that in this generation, most of the cyber crimes that happened are associated to youth. Youths are the ones who actually are leading the forefront of this warfare. And so as a country, if we're able to create this awareness, train this youth, make sure they're empowered in any means, I think that will go a long way to help to reduce this crime rate, because it's actually spread on a daily basis. People are losing millions of naira tied to cyberspace. We are not left out. The youths are there. They're doing it even within and outside the country. So many things are happening in that space. So I think in this forum, if we're able to look at some of the channels to create that strong awareness among the youth, it will go a long way to cope this effect. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the last question, please. Last question. Technical. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is John Wagu from the National Space Research and Development Agency. My question goes to the first speaker, Mr. McFarlane. You made a comment that we should think global and act locally. Now, my question is, in the event where organized crime is supported by sovereign national and it has cross-border implication, what do we do? You are a sovereign country, and it's from investigation, we'll be able to find out that the incursion of criminal activity within your border is sponsored by states or by other sovereign countries. What do we do? Thank you.
Yes, I have it. I think because of time, it's already after 4. No, stop here. Just have a response.
Okay. The first question was to.
No, don't go question by question. I think let's ask the speakers to respond to what.
Exactly. That's why I was going to mention that the first one was to immigration, so immigration can respond to.
No. Don't do it that way. Don't do it that way.
Okay.
Let the speakers know they have taken note, so they know those questions to respond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So let's start with Mr. Mark.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. What's critical with any transnational organized crime is really your cooperation agreements. That's why I mentioned the International Association of Chiefs of Police. It's an excellent institution organization to get together, collaborate. There's a conference every year, an annual conference. About 15,000 police officers from around the world, mostly at the executive level, go to that. It's an excellent place to start. Interpol is an excellent place, excellent institution to establish those lines of communication and those collaborative agreements. The UN Office of Drugs and Crime is here in Abuja. Is another institution that can help you with that interagency and international. I mean, crime knows no borders anymore. Right? In particular, we heard a lot about cyber. People in the hinterlands, and so it's a global village right now. And so the more we unify in a common kind of mentality, and again, I keep harping on think globally, act locally. What can you do in your area that can have some influence? And if every pocket does that, then we can unify our efforts, but no one can do this alone. Thank you. Thanks for the question.
Any other agency that wants to respond to any of the questions?
Yeah.
Even though the chairman of the occasion, sir. Even though immigration was not given the opportunity to present the goodwill, in the presentation I have, not a presentation now, the goodwill message from the CGRS, I would have highlighted immigration's responsibility in partnership or in synergy with other security agencies. We share intelligence. We are the custodians of the border. We are the gatekeepers of the nation. And as such, we partner with other security agencies. And we have in place our major mandate when you talk of border, you talk of smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons. And to this effect, we put up some machineries like the MIDAS, which help us at the border to arrest, apprehend terrorists, either exiting or entering the country. These are part of our mandate. And also, we have through our auto gate, we have been able to, when there is a flag, a red flag on any terrorist or a wanted Nigerian, as you appear at the ports of our entry, it could be through the air border, the land border, or the sea. We have these auto gates. When we swipe your passport, if there is a red flag on you, our system will immediately indicate. That request could be from any security agency, either within or outside the country. They will do the needful. All we need to do is to arrest and refer to the requesting agency. Immigration has been receiving a lot of requests from all security agencies in Nigeria and from 195 countries, member countries of Interpol. So this is one of our mandates. No agency, no security agency has all the solution to the problem of crime. Therefore, we synergize with others. We supply them intelligence as may be requested by such agency. One of our core mandates is issuance of travel documents. While in the process of issuing international passport to Nigerians, we collect a lot of information, personal details of the applicant. And from the requests we receive from agencies, the Nigerian police, EFCC, ICPC, most of the time when they send requests, they will tell us to supply them, first of all, check whether the suspect they are requesting information on is captured on our database. And if that is there, help us with every information or any information that will be helpful in their investigation. Sometimes the suspect is at large, but if you have somebody who stood for him as a guarantor while he's applying for passport, such details are contained in our database, and we simply supply the requesting agency. From the guarantor, the culprit or the suspect will be apprehended for questioning. I want to use this opportunity to say and plea, this is our plea always. Recently, it's not that Nigerians have not been traveling abroad, but recently, in the most recent time, we hear of this JAPA syndrome. We're using this opportunity to plead with Nigerians. Please, if you must JAPA, please embrace the regular migration. Human beings by nature are very mobile. They go from one place to another, nationally and internationally. for various reasons, either to seek greener pasture or because of disaster. So if you must migrate, please do not patronize anyone who tells you, I'll help you to go abroad. Just take this information, use it as your personal details, because by so doing, you might just be playing into the hands of human traffickers and migrant smugglers. You should be yourself at all times. If you are Jumbo, let you be Jumbo all through. Not because you must migrate to the United States of America, you tamper with your details. You tell us you are Emmanuel Black, when in actual sense you are John Black, John G. And then you alter your age. You're born in your village and you're telling us you're born in Lagos. Anybody that tells you, I already have details or data you will use to enable you migrate, please detail from it. This is our major plea in this case. My friend asked, my colleague, ex-colleague asked a question that what is immigration? We have a lot to do. The logistics is part of our funding, is part of our and equipment. That is why some NGOs have been of help. UNODC, IOM has been partnering with us to supply us with some needed equipment and training and retraining of staff to be able to cope with this menace. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You are able to include the good message.
Sir?
I think you are able to include the good message.
Yes, sir.
Thank
yes,
you.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
One thing is clear, Prof. That's why I'm always not ready to, when you talk of, she mentioned something like that, suspect at large. It means fugitive. So when you talk of professor at large, so I think you better change that. Just put visiting professor is okay. That at large, it means fugitive. Okay. Thank you very much. Have we missed out anybody who has goodwill message? Yeah, okay. I thought you spoke already. Okay, you are free to do that.
All right. Good afternoon, all. Sir, I'd like to pray your indulgence to lean on the existing protocol. This is a Google message from Dr. Halilu Ahmad Shaba, the Director General of the Nigerian Space Research and Development Agency. Dear colleagues and participants, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all of you as you gather here today to discuss an important and timely topic that affects not only Nigeria, but also countries around the globe, on the issue of the rise of organized crime network as emergent threats to national security. This phenomenon has far-reaching economic and social implications that demand our urgent attention and concerted efforts. Organized crime networks have evolved over time and emerged as significant threats to national security. It has become increasingly sophisticated, posing significant challenges to our society and the security of our nation. These criminal networks operate across borders, engage in diverse illegal activities, and exploit vulnerabilities within our institutions. These activities are endless, and we are all living witnesses to them today. Now, in the face of such threats, it is crucial that we explore innovative approaches to combat organized crimes effectively. spatial technology encompasses various tools and techniques that capture, analyze, and visualize geospatial data. With its powerful tools and techniques, spatial technology has emerged as a game changer in the fight against organized crime. We can unlock valuable insights and strengthen our countermeasures by harnessing the capabilities of geographic information system, remote sensing, satellite imagery, spatial analysis, and mapping technologies. Through crime mapping, we can visualize crime hotspots, patterns, and trends, enabling us to allocate resources efficiently and implement targeted interventions. Spatial profiling allows us to create offender profiles based on geographic factors, helping us identify crime networks and predict future criminal activities. Network analysis unveils the intricate connections within these criminal networks, empowering us to disrupt their operations and apprehend key actors. Surveillance and tracking, bolstered by spatial technology, enables us to monitor the movement of criminals and their assets, while border and maritime security applications enhance our ability to detect and interdict illegal crossings and smuggling activities. Furthermore, data integration empowers us to merge diverse data sets and gain a comprehensive understanding of criminal activities, supporting evidence-based decision-making and intelligence-led operations. Collaboration and information sharing are vital in combating organized crime, and spatial technology facilitates interagency coordination by providing a common platform for sharing and analyzing geospatial data. This seamless exchange of information enhances our collective efforts and fosters a more comprehensive and robust response to these emergent threats. As we gather here today, let us explore the immense potential of spatial technology and its positive impact on curbing organized crime networks. By leveraging these technological advancements, we can strengthen our national security, safeguard our communities, and protect the rule of law. I encourage all of you to engage in fruitful discussions. I think we have done that. Share experiences and explore innovative strategies to combat organized crime. Let us work together, harnessing the power of spatial technology to build safer and more secure society for future generations. Thank you all. I wish you all a productive and enlightening session. Warm regards. Dr. Halilu Ahmad Shaba, DG, National Space Research and Development Agency.
Yes, good afternoon all. My name is John Odumesi. I'm actually representing the President, Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria. With the permission of the chairman, I will stand on the already established protocol. I am pleased to be part of the one-day international conference on organized crime network as emergent threat to national security organized by the Emergent University Bratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. I congratulate the university management on the celebration of their 24th Founders Day anniversary on 10th May 2023 as a premier private university in Nigeria. I am particularly happy about the fact that the conference brings together all the relevant stakeholders in our noble profession to share experiences on the conference team to chart a course that will benefit and reshape the profession, the Emergent University Bratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs, and Nigeria's national security at large. Therefore, the conference team, in all honesty, resonates well with us as a professional body, and more particularly as the presidential order on the designation and protection of critical infrastructure, critical national information infrastructure, currently awaiting President Bola Tinubu's assent, will enhance Nigeria's current efforts for progressive economic prosperity, national development, and attainment of national security objectives. Also reviewed at our conference, today's Cyber Secure Nigerian Conference in Abuja, under the theme Cybersecurity, a digital transformative tool for achieving sustainable development goals, is that the Office of the National Security Advisor is currently putting measures in place to amend the 2015 Cybersecurity Act This highlights the importance of continuous cybersecurity awareness in the face of the rising cyber threats from both state and non-state actors. Without question, organized crime networks are increasingly posing significant threats to national security. These networks often exhibit advanced technological capabilities, are well-funded, well-organized, and have a global reach, making them formidable adversaries for law enforcement and security agencies. They are involved in a wide range of criminal activities, including drug trafficking, human trafficking, armed trafficking, cybercrime, and corruption. The threat posed by the organized crime network is numerous, with the potential to destabilize governments, threaten economic development, corrupt public institutions, and finance terrorism and other forms of violence. This threat posed by the organized crime network is complex and ever-evolving. Government must implement comprehensive plans that entail international cooperation, intelligence sharing, and strengthen law enforcement capabilities to combat these threats to national security. To effectively tackle organized criminal network, it is essential to involve legal framework, encourage transparency, and make investment in cutting-edge technologies. Long-term remedies must address the socioeconomic reasons that contribute to the emergence of organized crime, such as poverty, inequalities, and lack of opportunities. I wish this conference great success and all very fruitful and useful conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sir, we proceed with the program. It is customary that on occasions like this, our resource persons, facilitators, and VIPs receive a token of appreciation from us in the form of a plaque or plaques. And so we are happy on this occasion to present some plaques to such persons. And it is my privilege and honor to proceed by inviting the dignitaries to come forward for their plaques. First on the list is Lieutenant General A.B. Dambazo, former Chief of Army Staff. This will be presented by the Pro-Chancellor, Professor Sheikh Abdullah. Good. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, first, come, what do you think? Yes. Next, would like to invite to receive a plaque of appreciation, Lieutenant General T.Y. Boratai. This will be presented by the Vice Chancellor.
Next is Mr. McFarlane, to be presented by Lieutenant General Buratai. Mr. McFarlane, please.
This is McFarlane. It's not chairman.
The next presentation is to the Acting Inspector General of Police, the Egbetokun. This will be presented by the Chairman of Council, Pro Chancellor, Professor Sheikh Abdullah.
Did you see Chairman of Council?
Where?
Did you see Chairman of Council? It's not Pro Chancellor.
Yeah, it's a Pro Chancellor.
No. This you call this is Chairman. Oh, what is up?
Presentation is to Professor Moji Ade, the DG NAFDAC. This will be presented by the Pro-Chancellor, Professor Mora. Will please receive this on our behalf. Okay. Next, we have Professor Femi Olufumilade. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you coming. Wait. Yes, please go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Professor Femi Olufumilade, it's your turn. And this will be presented by the chairman of the occasion. Okay, fine, sure. I already. Next is Comptroller General of Nigerian Customs Service, Bashir Adewale Adeni, representative, to be presented by the chairman of the occasion. Commandant. Amen. The representative of the Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. This will be presented by the Pro-Chancellor. The next presentation is to Dr. Kabir Adamu, to be presented by the Vice Chancellor. Mr. M.M. Adamu will please collect on his behalf. Is he around? Okay. Okay. Next is to our moderators, beginning with Mr. Mike Ejiofor, to be presented by the Vice Chancellor. The last one, and last but not the least, Professor Nat Opo, the second moderator, to be presented by General T.Y. Buratai. I think that's all. Yeah, no, don't worry. So what next? What's the next?
Thank you, Chairman, for presiding over the sessions.
The chairman sent you for a kind permission to speak, not out of order, just a matter to expatiate university tradition. Jokingly, the chair referred to this usage of at large, and actually was invoking on the tradition of universities to change it to visiting professor status. I hope you are not clapping for me for taking a tradition out of its order. How many of you take note that emeritus professor is spelled with small p? Professor emeritus, correctly, P should be spelled small p. And you see, it's supposed to be after the name of the person. You will now say Sheikh Abdullah, Professor Emeritus, but not Professor Emeritus Sheikh Abdullah. If you are to talk to me as a professor, I'm lucky I have Sheikh also. I told people I'm not a Sheikh, but I have Sheikh in my name because I don't know what it takes to be a Sheikh, whether it's long beard or whatever. But what it is part of the name. And of course, as a Muslim scholar, in fact, in some places, just ordinary person in charge of a village that is called a sheikh. But what I want to appeal to the chair is to say that professorship at large is a university tradition. And it's emboldened more than visiting professorship. But I think he spoke to it jokingly, and I want it to be so, that at large is not in the manner that, for example, I always tell people, don't call me ex-minister. Because you call me ex-minister, I'm very close to ex-convicts. But if you say former minister, I'm happy. So actually the chair, professorship at large is a very important accreditation in the academic world. So let it sort of don't go away with this request. And I'm saying, don't clap on it, I'm not changing it, but I'm not trying to tell you this is the universal tradition. And that's why I tell you even the one for emeritorship. Many don't know that emeritorship should be small p. Thank you for allowing me to. Thank
you for that remark. Chairman of Governing Council, University of Canada, Professor Sheikh Abdullah. Thank you very much, sir. I will now invite the chairman for his closing remark. Thank you, sir.
The Pro-Chancellor, the Benedict University, and Chairman Governing Council, the former Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General T.Y. Buratai, our guest speaker, all the way from the United States, Georgia, I think, Mr. McFarland, who incidentally, he mentioned something about his relationship with John Jay College of Criminal Justice, City University of New York. Yes, I started from there, but I left because of the hard life in New York City. Where's my HOD? Chancellor is just bringing us out so that people don't think that we are at large. Yes, I'm here because I've been around the academic community for a very long time. Mr. Friday was my staff when I was registrar in India, and I was there for 6 years as registrar. And I also taught in the Faculty of Law at ABU for 4 years, but gratis. So I didn't take any cover from anybody. But I taught for 4 years at the Faculty of Law. I remember the last event I had here, somebody who was Deputy Vice Chancellor, I think it's Kogi University, came to approach me to say, I was one of your students, sir. He's a now professor. So that gladdens my heart. Thirdly, I am the Chancellor, with due respect. Thirdly, I am Pro-Chancellor, Capital City University, Kano. And a founding member of the university. We are just going to our 3rd year. So not anywhere near the premier private university in Benedict. We are learning from you. So I'm aware of that. But I just want to make sure that by the time I'm leaving here, somebody who is from DSS doesn't go after me. Thank you very much. It's been a very, very interesting day for all of us here, and to me in particular. And I believe that all of us here will leave here with a lot of more knowledge than we came here in the morning. You never cease to learn until you get your grade. We've learned from lessons. And one of those I captured very well, just like if you see something, say something, is that think globally, act globally. Act locally. So this is a cliche that I think everybody should keep right in his heart. This is just to emphasize the cascading nature of organized crime networks and their consequences. Capacity building, effective use of technology, and improved policing practice are key to combating the challenges of organized crimes. Protection of communities, safe forests, and secure borders. This is an item on the agenda, 7-point agenda of the Tinubu government, 7-point security agenda, which we must all support. Fighting organized crime must be intelligence-driven, and there's no dispute about that. Without intelligence, actionable intelligence, There's no way you can deal with that, those activities of organized criminals. Also, youth unemployment and cultism are major challenges. We have in this country more than 70% of the population is young. And when you look at even the non-state actors involved in various violent activities, you find that almost 100% are within that age group of young people. And by UN projection that by 2050, the population of Nigeria would double. So if we don't prepare for that population in terms of its employment and employability, in terms of skills acquisition, then we're in for big trouble. So this is something that we need to put at the back of our minds. Maritime security, which the professor from Brazil, I think, Sao Paulo, yeah, captured in the Gulf of Guinea, a region covering about 60 countries. And Nigeria produces up to 40% of the oil in the region. And with the amount of oil being stolen, Nigeria losing billions of dollars every year. This is an issue, and it's a well-organized theft that should concern all of us. This in addition to arms and drugs trafficking in the region, piracy and sea robbery, and illegal fishing. All these are organized. Border protection, security, and management, which has been well captured by the representative of the CG here, and in response to a question asked by her former colleague, which I think he just wanted to bring that out so that we can interrogate that area more. You know, all the efforts that have been done in the past, when I was Minister of Interior, yes, the situation room for monitoring activities, the installation of the MIDAS, all these are things done to monitor. But monitoring is one thing, the capacity to monitor the immigration habit. But what we lack, or that we're weak in, is the capacity to respond. So those two things must go together if we have to be efficient in border management. The civil defense, protection of critical infrastructure and assets. This is something that is actually a responsibility of the Civil Defense Corps. I think part of the reason why we established the Agro Rangers when I was Minister of Interior, so that Agro Rangers will have the capacity to protect agricultural assets. And I think with the declaration of state of emergency on food security, this is the best time to ensure that the Agro Rangers is funded, well-trained in order to do that, because even for small-scale farmers, most of them cannot go to the farms because of fear of attack from bandits or kidnappers. So we need to protect them so that that will not be affecting our ability to produce food. Most importantly, and finally, the issue of conflict entrepreneurs. Somebody mentioned that there are the violent entrepreneurs like we had in Niger Delta. Yes, we have conflict entrepreneurs, people who gain from conflict. So they must be able, they want to sustain conflict because they gain from conflict. And this is the reality we have now. But it's like I said, we need to up our intelligence gathering to be able to identify people like that. Because as long as there are those people, there will be conflict. Of course, conflict is a natural phenomenon in human society, but there are certain limits that society cannot be able to condone. So there's need for us to up our game. Lastly, the mindset of personnel. This is very important. If you do not have, and what we used to call, in our effort to reform the military in those days, attitudinal change. The mindset of personnel is very important. You cannot have, you cannot succeed in fighting these crimes if you don't have disciplined personnel. Most of the time, you find personnel on duty with bathroom slippers, with their hats, they had no hats, with singlets, their weapons are thrown somewhere else. So how do you be surprised by the enemy or somebody who wants to get at you? And so I was reading last night the number of weapons missing from the police, over 200,000 weapons in 1 year. And just because, and these weapons went to criminals. And it's out of negligence and nothing else. So there is need to train the personnel to be disciplined, to be professional in whatever they do. On this note, I want to thank the Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, and the entire university for giving me this opportunity to chair this occasion. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a standing ovation, please. Thank you. Thank you. Please, you may be seated. Thank you, Chairman, for the powerful role you played in this event. Thank you for that, Father Chairman of this program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 hours we've been here patiently. Please permit me to invite the registrar of Igbeneghu University Okada to come. The registrar of Igbeneghu University Okada, Friday Benjamin Bakare.
The chairman of this special occasion, Lieutenant General A.B. Dambazel, former Chief of Army Staff, former Minister of Interior, the special guest of honor, Malan Badu, the National Security Advisor, ably represented by Admiral Y.E.M. Musa, our dear Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Professor Sheikh Abdullah, O.N. Magajingari Nupe, the Chief Host and Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu-Ezemoye. Of course, not forgetting, very importantly, our benefactor, Lieutenant General T.Y. Boratai, former Chief of Army Staff. Your Excellencies, esteemed resource persons, very distinguished audience, as we draw the curtain for this conference on organized crime network as emergent threats to national security, I deem it an honor and privilege to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the Igbeneghu University Okada for our Thai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. First, I wish to start by thanking God Almighty for making this day a reality, for his mercies and goodness, which led to the successful conclusion of this conference. I also wish to offer a profound appreciation to the chairman of the occasion, the former Chief of Army Staff, for doing all the honor of chairing this event, in spite of his very busy schedules. Can we please give him a round of applause? may I crave your indulgence to reveal to you on a lighter mode that as a young civilian officer under the minister, former minister, I had committed an infraction and it was promotion time. He may have forgotten. And it was time to fill this upper personnel evaluation report. And it got to his table. One of the comments he made was that I was afraid to do my job. But there was a rider. He is a good staff, and I got a promotion. So thank you, sir, for giving me that promotion and the subsequent ones that came. This conference is blessed by the presence of two former chiefs of army staff. Is that not wonderful? That is very fine happens. We must appreciate them. And on this note, I want to thank Lieutenant Buratai for coming, for his benevolence, for his benefactions, for his support, and for acting as a pillar to the Buratai Center for Contemporary Security Affairs. Thank you very much, sir. We would like to thank the keynote speaker in absentia, that is Dr. Solomon Arase, for setting the tone for the conference through his very powerful discourse on changing faces of crime, implications on organized crime in Nigeria. We appreciate you indeed. We also would like to thank very seriously the reps of the CDS and service chiefs, and indeed Inspector General of Police. We thank you for your support and solidarity at this conference. It is hoped that we can build on this after this conference. I have a group of resource persons to thank, the discussants and speakers, beginning with a very special discussant, Mr. McFarlane, who came all the way from US to deliver such an impactful paper. We're now better educated on the subject of organized crime and social security. Thank you so very much, sir, for coming. Please, can we put our hands together for him? We're extremely grateful to the Acting Inspector General of Police, represented by AIG Zone 7, Adekbowale Williams, for his breathtaking discourse on tackling the menace of kidnapping syndicates. That was a wonderful one. We thank you. Our lasting thanks go to our Amazon and elder scholar, Professor Moji Adeyemi, DG NAFDAC, for enlightening us on the subject of national drug control strategy and organized crime. We also want to thank Dr. Francesca Marquero of the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, who spoke on maritime threats in the Gulf of Guinea and the implications for the regional maritime security architecture. We thank her for that wonderful presentation, in addition to the body of knowledge on that subject. Our profound appreciation also goes to the Comptroller of Customs, ably represented by Deputy Controller of Customs, Shuaibu Mohammed, for giving us quite the news on border protection and the challenges of smuggling. We are now better informed. Similarly, we appreciate the Commander General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, ably represented by Dr. Amakiri, for coming to address a very important aspect of the conference, namely oil theft and asset protection. We are grateful to Dr. Kabir Adamu, a security expert and consultant, for giving us perspectives on the socio-economic and health implications of organized crime. We must acknowledge our moderators at this time, named Mr. Michael Joffor, former Director of the Department of State Services, Professor Nat Ofo, Director, Center for Leadership and Governance, IUO, for doing an incredible job. You were simply wonderful. Let me also use this opportunity to thank our own Professor Femi Olufemilade of the Buratai Center for his brilliant presentation. We have some special appreciations to make to our partnering agencies, namely the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Nigerian Customs Service, DSS, DIA, Nigerian Police. We do not take your support for granted. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, there were two of them who came earlier. I don't know whether they're still around. We thank you for your solidarity and support. We thank you for identifying with us at this time. We also want to thank the representatives of defense and security agencies who have come here to participate at this conference. Included also are the chief executives of ministries, departments, and agencies who are here. Our guests of honors, our special guests, the heads of private security companies, the media executives, we thank you for coming to share this occasion with us. Of course, this vote of thanks will not be complete without acknowledging our landlord, Major General Garba Wahab, the DG of this center, Nigerian Resource Center, for providing this very beautiful accommodation for this conference. It is our hope, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that when next we invite you to these or other similar activities, you will kindly oblige us. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful host. Wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the word of thanks by the registrar, Emmanuel Investor Kada, Friday B. Bakari. Thank you very much. Please, let's listen to the following announcements as we make ready to leave. There will be group photographs at the end of the event. The group photographs will be here to be anchored by the public relations unit place of the university, and the dignitaries and the representatives of the service chiefs and the representative of immigration, DG Immigration, and that of custom, please, you will join the photograph, the group photographs at the end of the event. And also, I've been informed to tell you that our lunch is ready, but because of want of time, we will not be going to the restaurant to take our lunch. Our lunch is outside this way. As we close, we will just go pick our lunch. For those who want to use the elevator, pick your lunch and then could leave that way. There's also entrance through that way through which you could go. So I want to thank the Professor Deborah Dejimi, the postgraduate dean, who made that very innovative arrangement. Thank you very much. May I, at this juncture, request that we be upstanding to observe the closing ceremonies. The next round, please. Thank you as you take your leave. The group photographs, please.